invaluable pawn. So let the merge begin. Now that the spiders are gone, with the core in my hands, reality shall collapse, and my eternal reign will stretch beyond divine grasp. So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you're no match for me, no. I'll let you live for the entertaining God of all creation, God of your creation now. I do not fear you now. I exist beyond your time. Rule over cosmic beings. One thought could melt your mind. I do enjoy your rage. Could always entertain. Erasure won't come yet. I'll just provide the stage. So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you're no match for me, no. I'll let you live for the entertaining God of all creation, God of your creation now. So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you're no match for me, no. I'll let you live for the entertaining God of all creation, God of your creation now. Eating pasta and yogurt, it tastes like heaven. And eating pasta and it,
I just started there.
yeah. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Plain hero, Roroni, Kirsche. We kicked it outside of your door. Use the one who will get to 7. Where was that? Brother? side ups, but I wouldn't say we beef. How the saying go, it's a two-way street. Get me on the pipe, and you know they had a tweak. I'm just trying to lay my name, you get what I'm speaking. We entertain the masses, and anywhere that we can. There's some asshole think that he can press the lead and put the whole squad down, get out within the weekend. But we stars, boys, so continue going see. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Play hero, Roroni, Kirsche. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who I get to seven. Where was that? Bravado. You had a hot minute ago. Talk big game till you learn it ain't one. Got your nails on this track's another freight ton. Not a single dub, so you gotta make one. Gee, yeah, domino, trying to cook some great stuff. You can keep ducking, this be the season, but how come we down and new in our treasures while casually pressing your buttons? You keep pretending and nothing, but we can tell you be frontin'. Try threatening us with a poker, but your face looking all left, and we calling out all your bluffs, and we telling you what is left, and we saying enough's enough, but you trying to keep acting tough. If you really think that you run, let me tell you, you ain't the one, cause the song will be nothing speakers, and the whole team finna pump it, y'all. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Played hero, Roroni, Kirsche. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who will get to seven. Where was that? Bravado. You had a hot minute ago. We eating pasta in your hood. It tastes like heaven. We eating pasta and it good. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Oh boy, the autism today. I've made some bad financial decisions, chat. And by bad financial decisions, I mean, I was hankering for some ice cream, which is safer than what I ended up going with. However, that did not happen. As I was getting into my car, it was like 45 minutes ago. I was like, you know what? Krispy Kreme is technically closer. Sorry, I'm trying to get vBridger to launch. For some reason, it didn't launch immediately when I started my computer, so give me a moment. But I was like, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna go get 3. All right, just 3, because I was like, last time I bought a dozen. Because I found out that the difference between 6 donuts at Krispy Kreme and a dozen donuts at Krispy Kreme is like $3, and I thought that that was highway robbery. Highway fucking robbery, in my personal opinion. Give or take $3. It probably is a little bit more, but the lesson was, we're not gonna buy a dozen donuts. I get there. And I noticed now that they have the pumpkin spice cake donuts, which they only have during the later half of the year. And I'm no white girl, but Pumpkin spice is actually pretty good. And so chat, I was like, you know, we'll just get 3, 4, 6 is like the half. I was like, all right, fuck it. We're gonna make, our bodies are gonna hate us, or my body's gonna hate me, but whatever. Then I get to the register, and they're like, can I get your rewards code? And I was like, well, I haven't used it in forever, so I don't know if it'll work. But well, give me your phone number. I give them the phone number, and they're like, listen, I know you only got 6 here. Don't you? And they're like, I know you only got 6 here, but if you get a dozen, you get another dozen for only $1. Oh, really? You don't say. Oh dear. So I overdosed. I have had 1.5 donuts right now. Okay, 1.5. 1.5. Only 1.5. Okay. I am probably going to take the rest of them to my coworkers. I like text my boss and say, hey, can I just bring you like 1.5 donuts? Because like I don't want to get sick. And that's probably what's going to happen. That's the goal. Because I was like, okay, fine. Like $17 for a dozen, assorted dozen, and then $1 for the second dozen. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, fine, whatever. So I bought that. So I was like, you know what? Whatever. If I can use my rewards points, that's good enough for me. I'm gonna become the favorite employee. No, I'm not trying to. Again, I'm trying to move soon, so that like it's not. I don't think that matters. Anyway, hello everybody. Welcome to the stream.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Julie, hey, guess what day it is? Oh, come on, I know you can hear me. Mike. What day is it, Mike? Leslie, guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Woo-woo!
Ronnie, how happy are folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico? I'd say happier than a camel on Wednesday.
Hump day!
Get happy. Get 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Happy hump day, chat. Happy hump day. I still haven't fixed that hump day clip, sadly. But that works just as well. I hope you guys are having a good one today. I hope you guys are having a fantastic hump day Wednesday. Happier than a yippee on Wednesday. That's good. That's good. I hope you guys are having a good day. I'm having a good day. Excuse me. I woke up at my normal day off time. Thank you for becoming an Uber member, Tapeworm. I appreciate that. Very much appreciated. Why did that not show up? That's why, because the browser source was not active, and now it is. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that. Become a member, by the way, if you want to access such benefits as being part of the credits. You also get more priority in the chat. I also do have a Minecraft server for those that are tier 3 members. And I think I'm going to get back into that soon because I want to start exploring in that Minecraft server. I want to start exploring and seeing shit. So become a member if you haven't. Hello. The Yippies don't get donuts. No, the Yippies get donuts. They just don't get my donuts. See, here's the thing, chat. I bought donuts for me. This never happened in my family. It happened like once in my family where my mom bought something for herself because moms don't get to buy anything for themselves when they've got kids around. So when mom does buy something for themselves, it's kind of just like, well, fuck, if I don't buy something for everybody else, they're all going to think I'm an asshole. And one time my mom bought a box of chocolate covered cherries. She's a woman, and women like chocolate covered cherries. At least some of them do. I know my mom does. I'd have to ask Ava if she does too. I don't know. She's one of the only few other women I know. But when she bought them, like, the idea in everybody's heads was, well, mom gets some. Do we get some? And it's just like, well, those are from mom. Those are from mom. And then dad just, we got ice cream. And it's just like, when you're a kid, you don't really understand that, you know, mom really doesn't get anything. If she's a good mom, moms typically don't get anything. They typically make sure the kid gets to eat first. They typically make sure the kid is taken care of first. So when mom gets something of her own, it's always just kind of like, well, can I have some too? And it's just like, well, you get everything. Kid, be grateful. Be grateful, be grateful.
MommaOcco.
Thank you for the 5.
Overture Saint sent $5 for more hats. As a member of the UP's Merchants Guild under the Greater Tabler, I was not expecting Pyro Sluck to be on the menu.
I don't think a lot of people did.
It's not all in the head.
Unironically, I was really wanting to cover the Carl Jobst video, but I kind of want Ava there because it's got he spits out a whole bunch of legal shit that I don't feel like I can authoritatively say yes, that's true, or no, that's not true. And so I kind of want to wait and see if I can grab Ava and we can have that on together. TTS is low. Okay, hold on. Let me turn that down. There we go. Louder just for you, chat. Just for you, chat. Oh, there we go.
Mommy MILF avatar.
Internet Sin Master tipped Octopus.
You did read
$1
correctly, yes.
Did I read that title correctly? 300 pages.
Yes, it is. Here, let me show you.
And I thought the 2 audio docs plus 3 audios were absurdly long.
Let me show you, chat.
His sanity for doing a near 12-hour stream covering that mess.
Oh. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to cover this whole thing today. I am not going to cover this whole thing today. Because there is... So, here's the thing. There are multiple individuals coming forward with allegations, okay? Here, let me show you really quickly here. Okay, I want to show you this. We're not covering Pyro first. Pyro is the main topic, but he is not the beginning topic, so we're not covering him first. I have something else as the beginner topic here. But let me show you this real quickly, chat. So this is the original file. I have a copy just in case. If you can look here, oh, it says 309 pages. 300 chat. The previous record, okay? The previous record for pages on a Google, all right? I have not seen a Harry Potter book length of pages. Now, granted, these pages are probably spaced differently than a Harry Potter novel, but I have not seen something this massive, that's what she said, since the Kirsche doc over a year ago. And the Kirsche doc was like 115, 130 pages. All right, Kirsche was the record holder. And then Adora came out with 90 pages, and I was like, oh, that's nothing. All right? So this is 309 pages of just allegations against Pyrocynical. I have not read any of this. All right? I read the first page, read the second page. I have no idea what to expect. I know there is a lot of pictures in here. I'm going to have to pre-screen some of these pictures to make sure there's no pornography shown in them. All right. I also have, like, there's links here. There's shit to go through. And so I am, there's a lot. We're not going through all of this today. I'm going to tell you right now. If people give me a lot of money, I'll go up until it's time to stream for the rest of the day. But this is long. Kirsche doc, yes, the one that she did last year herself. Excuse me. I don't know if it's on the doc or you have the video, but one of the old videos from Pyro admitted he can look at tweets when he was banned. I'll be honest with you, I don't have that. There's a chance that they might have included that because this thing is extensive. When was this file created? Give me the details. Okay, so this thing was created. This was created May 8th. So this has been in the works since the beginning of May. Okay. So this is a long time coming. Kirsche used to work in insurance. I did not know that. That's funny though. But anyway, this is the main topic for today. But it is not the topic we are starting out with, because I got other shit that I want to talk about first. Okay? I got other shit I want to talk about first. This is about Taiga. No, we're not going to talk. There is nothing to talk about with Taiga today, at least as far as I know. As far as I know, there is nothing to talk about with Taiga. So, no. The first topic for today, I am going to be... Have I covered the VTARD stuff? It's been up and down, but not really. No. Anyway, I am going to talk about something that does slightly bother me. There may be some overlap. I am going to tell you guys right now. I'm going to try to be careful with what I say. But by the same token, I just want to air out my thoughts and feelings. You're welcome to dislike me if you want. I am just going to tell you what I feel based off of what I see. Okay? What is Pyro being accused of? I believe Pyro is being accused of grooming and pedophilia. So that's what he's being accused of. Excuse me. Okay. Anyway. Sorry. People are sending me shit. So, chat. Before we talk about Pyro, I want to talk first about Christians. I want to talk about Christians. Okay? In specific, a very specific Christian that I have been watching a little bit recently. Here, I'm gonna... Wait one moment. There we go. Could we not? We are going to talk about Christians. Yes. So here is something that is bothering me. Strawb? Yes. We're going to talk about Strawb just for a little bit. All right? I'm going to tell you guys right now. I don't hate Darling Strawb. I don't hate Rev Says Desu. I don't hate any of the people that kind of orbit them. Okay? However...
MommaOcco.
Oh.
Or ponder or send $5 for more hats. Was hoping to be done with my route by the time this started, but my wonderful employer had me drive back and forth for too many last-minute pickups.
I'm sorry to hear that. When I used to work for Amazon, I feel like I understand that. I don't know if what company you work for, but I'm sorry to hear that. Here we go. Yes. So, let me start over. I'm going to talk a little bit about Strawb, because I feel like this is something that has to be said. As somebody that is not really a fan of hypocrisy, and I really don't understand why she is going the path that she is going. Thought we were going to talk about radical Christians. No, we're just going to talk about one Christian, technically two, I guess. Strawb is the wife to Rev Says Desu. Everybody knows who Rev is. It would be kind of hard for you to not know who Rev is. Here, we're going to hide that for a moment. And she is definitely an interesting person. People have thrown stuff at my feet today of things that she allegedly did in her past. I'll tell you right now, I don't give a shit. I don't care. The shit that they threw me, there is really no merit behind a lot of the shit that they threw. And at the worst, I will say, is that she was in a weird Discord server where there was weird cringy RP, which I don't care. You know, she was an 18 to 19-year-old woman. She's allowed to do cringy roleplay. That is what women do on the internet when they are young. They do weird cringy roleplay until they find a man that gets them that they're more interested in. So I don't really care about the roleplay aspect. But I am instead going to talk about today an issue that I am having with her, and that is the issue of her constantly picking fights on the internet and then getting upset when people push back against her and push back against her husband in general. What type of ERP? I'm not going to say. I am not going to repeat it on the internet. Just know it was cringy roleplay, and I don't really care, honestly. Roleplay is roleplay, and I really don't care. So, I mean, I used to do cringy roleplays as well, so I imagine that you could make fun of me for what I used to roleplay, and I could make fun of her what she used to roleplay, but I don't care. That doesn't matter. What matters is, Strawb is one of those people that likes to pick fights on the internet. It is something that she does quite often. In fact, if you listen to her interview that she did with her husband, I think the one that she did with Rima, and then I think she also did a Q&A with Rev. I am not too sure. I know at one point they talk about it. But Strawb's first, like, relationship with Rev was starting fights with him on the internet. All right, she got into his DMs and started a fight with them. Now, I don't really know the specifics of how they went from going at each other's throats or fighting with each other to being husband and wife. That's quite the tango right there. You know, I don't really hear very often of a man and a woman fighting and then ending up kissing at the end. I thought she was the non-confrontational one. That is not true. No. She likes to play herself off as the non-confrontational one. In fact, that is something that kind of bothers me about her, is that she tries to play off as the non-confrontational one when it's obvious that that's not exactly the truth. And maybe I could say, in best faith to her, that she's not trying to be confrontational. However, she is doing a bad job at it, in my personal opinion. But anyway, so Strawb came out recently and lamented that she is getting constantly attacked on the internet, basically. Her and her husband. I took a screenshot of this. And the reason why I took a screenshot is because she likes to delete everything. She likes to delete tweets all the time. Typically, they will be up for a day, and then she removes it when it has bad optics tied to it. And so I took a screenshot because your tweets are up here forever. So, this is the tweet, or zeet, if you would like to say. I'm going to read it, go through it, give my thoughts and opinions, because I have issues with this. Again, as somebody who is Christian, who has been Christian for over a decade, I was baptized as a Mormon, who do consider themselves Christian, and I consider them Christian too. I was baptized as a Mormon when I was like 8 to 10. I don't remember the specific year. It was between 8 to 10. So it's been over a decade now. And I have noticed a pattern. I noticed it the most when I was on my mission. There is this weird transition period for brand new members of any Christian faith. All right, doesn't matter what faith, any Christian faith. Most of them will fall into this. Now it's not just new members too. I think it's new members that experience this, and sometimes older ones as well. What I'm talking about is when you're a new member of a Christian faith, you'll typically see some of these people go extreme Christian, where they will try to live the standards of the Bible so hard that they end up going after and attacking people, and trying to push their own beliefs on other people as well. And like I said, you typically see this with new Christians. Sometimes you see this with Christians that are coming back to the faith. And then sometimes you see that with really old Christians who end up just like attacking people for whatever fucking reason. And Strawb kind of falls into this category where she recognizes that she had a kind of a shitty past. And by shitty past, I mean she's like done some shitty things. Some things which I don't have proof for, so I'm not going to repeat them. And so she wants to turn her life around. She's found God. Absolutely fantastic. I'm glad that she found God. I'm happy that she found God. Because in my personal opinion, if you can come in, if you can turn your life around, if you feel like things are sucking, and God is the answer to make you feel happier, then I'm glad. I'm glad. Fantastic. I hope that you, from the brief time I talked to her, because I did have a brief conversation with her about her faith, but the time that I briefly talked to her, I do believe that she's 100% in it. But...
Thank you, user, for the follow.
But my problem I have is she is while she is saying that she is changed, it really doesn't feel like it reflects. So let me read this. Let me read this a little bit here. And what I mean by it doesn't really reflect is in she might have discarded a lot of her old behaviors and opinions and actions when it comes to more degenerate stuff. But I don't think she's discarded some of the other things that, in my personal opinion, is kind of important when you're a Christian. So we're just going to read this here. And by the way, I should also add that I am not a perfect person. I am not a perfect Christian. I do pray every single day. In fact, when I'm at work, I typically am always in prayer and meditation. I try to meditate as much as I can, both for myself and for the people that I work with, and for everybody in general, because I like to meditate for people. I try and read scriptures as often as I can. Not perfect for it. Don't always get to it every single day. But I am somebody that considers themselves on my own path to God, and I'm imperfect. As everybody else is. And I will not purport to say I'm perfect, and I will not purport to say that Strawb needs to put herself up to a different standard than she is. I will only say what I believe to be hypocrisies, and that is about it. And if you dislike me for that, that is completely fine. I don't mind. Obviously, I would wish that people are still here if you still want to be here, but my opinion is not to really push you either which way. It's just to tell you my issues. No person is perfect. I agree. Cease virtue signaling and get to the point. Of course. So, her post starts off by saying, I can't lie, it makes me a bit upset logging on and seeing people harass me and my husband nonstop. I'm talking about actual harassment, not just disagreeing with an opinion. People stalk our pages and post about us multiple times a day. It's sickening. Sadly, we live in a degenerate, evil world, and this is just reality. But it really sucks that this is reality. So, the problem I have starting off here is Strawb. Your husband chose this world, okay? I'm not going to say that she chose this world. It's my understanding that she was a mixture of ASMR and then she was a VTuber. Granted, the ASMR world, which I'm sure she knows is full of catty bitches that all like to push each other down because there's only so much ASMR that can be consumed. But I'm going to say that she... Oh, hold on. Let me silence my phone. Shut up, phone. I didn't give you permission to ring for me. Let me mute that. There we go. Let me start over. She does not come from the drama world. Okay? Fine. I agree. She shouldn't be harassed for coming from the world that she is in. However, she is tangentially in the world because of her husband. And I disagree that she should get the burden of her husband's what's the right word? Naysayer is not really the right word. That's like a light way of saying it. She should not have to deal with the people that go after her husband for what her husband does, because she isn't her husband. But she did marry into this, and she knew what was coming with it. And so I will say that I agree that you should not have to face people tweeting at you. If people stalk your pages all day, I mean, like, here's the problem. Your husband used to do that, technically. I'm not going to say that he spent every single day going over to a specific VTuber or a specific person's page, but your husband is on the internet. All right, right now he is making video after video. Here, I'm going to actually pull open your husband's YouTube page here. I'm going to pull open your husband's page here because I feel like I need to make an important distinction. Okay? Let me slide this out. All right. How many videos in the last month has your husband made about 1, 2, or 3 different people? I mean, like, your husband makes a lot of videos about iDubbbz or Hassan or talking about the women that Ethan Klein is suing. In YouTube's terms, that is technically considered harassment, even though I disagree, and I think that that's kind of gay, in my personal opinion. But your husband stalks these people too, quote unquote stalks. And so I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. This is the territory that comes when you report drama, when your job is to tell the news, or in terms of Rev, be a weather vane, because that's what Rev is he takes the stories that he sees and then tells them to other people. All right? And so while I disagree that you should not get any harassment, you knew the world you were stepping into, and you knew what to expect. Okay? I don't fully know. What do you mean you don't fully know? And the reason why I say this is I agree that you can lament, like you can be sad, but just like, what are you gonna do to fix it? Okay, what are you gonna do to fix it? Are you gonna like I don't know what your solution is here, Strawb. Okay. I agree that people shouldn't constantly at you, and people shouldn't constantly be wishing you death. I have seen a couple of different times where people do that to you, and I think that that's bad. But you have to recognize that you're married to one of the most controversial guys on the internet, and people are going to criticize him. People are going to unfortunately and unjustly go after you. And part of my problem, and I actually outlined this in my tweet, kind of talking about this, she is not perfect in this. Like, if it was just her receiving the hatred, all right, if she was just on the receiving end, and she said nothing and people were doing horrible, nasty shit, all right, I would definitely be way more sympathetic. But she goes on the offensive and attacks other people. Not necessarily people that are going after her, but she does this weird thing where she attacks other people too. I've had people tell me that of previous dramas that she's been in. One of them where she attacked and her husband allegedly had to come in and smooth over the fight she had with Hexa. Speaking of her husband, there was the time right after her and him both converted that they went after Enos, I think was her name, for doing a crucifixion during Easter, which I'm gonna tell you right now, I find that completely out of taste. You know, Christ is my savior, but by the same token, I just learned to ignore. You know, I didn't like that Enos did that, but I'm not gonna get up on my pulpit and screech at her and direct harassment towards her. All right, like I don't. Like, that was unjustified. And by the way, they deleted those tweets, or at least some of those tweets in regards to that were deleted afterwards. Mizu, yeah, there was the attack on Mizu. And the thing about Mizu is hilarious, because if I'm to believe the story that I am, Strawb was not told to come and look at our server. She just decided of her own recognizance to come to our server and start poking around our server and poking around with other people and sitting in there making a passive-aggressive comment, a comment which she agrees and said that she did. And then she gets upset when we poke back and say, well, I just think you're cringe and gay for doing that. And so it's just like, I can only feel so sad. I can only feel so much empathy and sympathy for this.
VTuber with a jester/octopus mommy MILF avatar.
Internet Sin Master tipped Octopus Mommy MILF $20.
Thank you.
Perhaps this is my view as a back cradle-born Roman Catholic, but what you're describing is what I call a convert's fanatical zeal. Catholic converts tend to overcompensate for their past.
Yes.
Strawb's actions sounds like that.
Yes. No, I agree. Was she trying to back up Rima? Yes. And Zen Master, you are hitting right on the head what I was going to get to, is that she is becoming basically a fanatic zeal. Which is kind of sad, because again, I liked Rev. I liked Strawb. All right. I've been subscribed to Rev, or was subscribed to Rev for quite a few years, because I enjoyed listening to his shit on a daily basis. Rev is one of the few people that has inspired me to do what I do and make what I make. And to see him go to the place he is, where he is devolving, in my personal opinion, into slop, and where he, on the occasion, attacks other people on the internet in the exact same way that he would make fun of other people for, like legitimately, all right, here. For fuck's sake, hold on. Let me bring up the page. if you are interested, the stream that Mizu did where he talks about it, I will put it in... Fuck, he streams a lot. Where is it? There it is. Mizu did a stream talking about this. And it's a perfect example of the fear that I have going on for Rev and Strawb, where I agree that you're allowed to, like, you know, respond and talk to people on the internet. But like, there is a time to respond to nobodies, as Rev has decided to call me and Lumi and Mizu. And then there's a time to recognize that you don't talk to these people. Because what is effectively happening is I am seeing a degradation in two people where, and I'm not saying that, like, choosing to choose Christ is a degradation. Obviously, I'm not saying that. But what I'm seeing is a hyper correction of these two people where previously it felt like there, because here's the thing, I never even really felt like Rev himself was extremely degenerate. I know a lot of people that are outside of the anime community think Rev is completely degenerate. A lot of people outside of the anime sphere think that Rev is like a predator, which he's not. And heavy lolicon, which I don't think he is. But I always thought that he was kind of like a more chill guy. But now I am starting to notice a hyper overcorrection. Mostly by her. She's the most vocal about it. He's a typical weeb. Well, that's what I've always seen him as. So, but I'm seeing a hyper overcorrection. And what that is leading to is her getting into fights with everybody. She fights with everybody. Everyone. Alright? She fought with me. She fought with Mizu. She fought with, again, the Enos girl. I guess she fought with, excuse me, Hexa a while ago, and Rev had to clean that up. But she fights with everybody. She's got an opinion on everything. Alright? And so it's like, I agree, you shouldn't get harassed on the internet. But if you're going to get in the trenches and get in the mud and act like all of the rest of the other pigs that are also in the mud, and yes, I am calling myself a pig, if you're going to be in the mud with us, you cannot have the same kind of sympathy that I would give somebody that is not in the mud. Because Strawb, you are in the mud with the rest of us. You choosing to go on the offensive and poke at people or attack people, you are in the mud with the rest of us. She's making Rev more combative. I don't have proof for that. Okay, there's no... I mean, there's signs, in my personal opinion. I don't think she's seeking clout. I don't think she's necessarily seeking clout. I just don't think she knows what she's doing. I just don't think she knows what she's doing. What I see is a woman that is extremely emotional. And she, looking over the history and talking to, because I've talked with a lot of people, because I've been interested in looking deeper into her, just to see what her past was, to see if I was right or wrong. And learning that she has a history of getting into fights with everybody. Again, she got into a fight with her husband before he was her husband. And then she gets upset when people push back. And she's confused why people constantly mock them. And constantly pokes at them. It's because you're showing your hand. It's because you are showing people what makes you vulnerable. This message right here is you telling the internet, I am an open book. Here is how you trigger me. And even though I hate the word trigger, it applies here. Here is how to trigger me. This right here is a book for people that hate you to trigger you. And guess what? It worked. It worked because somebody that does not like her decided to repost information about her past. Again, information that I don't give a shit about. Information there where they're alleging that she was friends with pedos, and I don't care. because that's just alleged and there's no proof for that. So I'm not giving that any credence. The only part of it that I will bring up is that she was in a Discord server where she had ERP. And again, I don't care, you know. That was the past. I'm going to assume that if she's Christian now, she doesn't do piss ERP anymore. All right? I'm assuming that's not the case. But it worked. You responded. Because guess what? They say this shit, they put out this shit, and she responded. She chose to give her opinion. Here, let me show. She decided to respond. She gave them what they wanted. like what do you expect? People are gonna poke at you. And so that's the issue I have. I mean, I have other issues too. I don't really like how she goes around acting like a high and mighty perfect person. She's like, oh, we live in a degenerate world. It's like, no shit, we live in a degenerate world. Do you really have to go around every single day and telling everybody, oh, we live in a degenerate world, and I'm just praying for everybody? And it is just like, she acts like the Christians that pushed me out of going to church.
Oh my god, she's got milkers!
Thank you for the 5.
Wolf Payne discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. She sounds like a typical woman cashing checks for her husband has to pay for. At some point she's gonna cash a check he can't pay for.
I don't know. But like, she acts, she's like, oh, you're so evil. You're so evil. But I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you. I got a lot of that shit when I was a missionary from other missionaries, and then when I was in church. Okay. The way that she acts, she pushes people away from Christ. All right. And again, I'm not going to say that I know. Excuse me. I'm not going to say that there is a perfect path. I'm just saying don't act like a Pharisees. All right, that's like my line. I don't have a line for people to just be a person in Christ. But I do have a line in terms of what not to be. And that is, don't be a Pharisees. Don't be a Sadducees. Don't walk around with your head high, your chest puffed out. You're showing everybody your actions. You're telling everybody, oh, I'm a Christian. Don't you know I pray 3 times a day? I pray at all my meals. Here's all the scriptures I read for the day. Look at all of these good things. That's my problem. All right? All right? That's my problem. Those are the people that I don't like. Granted, I have to live with them because they're all my brothers and sisters. But, like, I don't like those kinds of people. And that is what Strawb is turning into. She's turning into a Pharisees where I don't like it. Just, people like Melanie Mack will bring back atheism. No, I agree. She kind of is acting like Melanie Mack a little bit too. Those who don't know, Melanie Mack basically underwent the exact same transformation, although for a different reason. Melanie Mack used to be, I wouldn't say she was a leftist, but she definitely wasn't like a rightoid. She had a friend. She was like friends with gay people. She was on TV. I wouldn't consider her left, but she wasn't right either. But she had a partner, Melanie Mack. Partner became gay. All of a sudden, Melanie Mack finds Jesus and becomes hyper conservative. Wants to ban all porn. With different conversation, different day. Wants to ban all porn, calls everybody that doesn't agree with her the F word, and is an utterly disgusting individual to hang around with. Okay? Jesus doesn't like braggers? Yes. All right? Like, here's the thing. Jesus does not like it when you openly brag. Again, like I said, Pharisees. Because that's the thing is, I hate stepping on the pulpit and saying, oh, I'm a Christian. I hate doing that because it's not, it doesn't matter. Like occasionally when it's appropriate to come out and say, oh, I believe in God, I'm a Christian, or sometimes I'll tell people I can't do very much for you, but I'll pray for you. Like that's really the extent of it. That's me saying I care about you, but I don't go out on every single Sunday and tell everybody like church shit. Bragging would fall under the sin of pride. Yes, being braggadocious is prideful. And that's one of the biggest sins that the Pharisees and the Sadducees dealt with, is they were extremely prideful individuals.
Oh my God, she's got milkers.
Towan discovered mom has
Thank you for the
milkers and
5.
Gave $5. Those particular Christians need to reread Matthew 6.
I agree. Because again, when it comes down to it, the only relationship that I care about when it comes to my relationship with God is God. All right? My mom might, want to make sure that I'm not like being a completely immoral person. My mom might want to make sure that I'm on the right straight and narrow. She might ask me sometimes, "Hey, are you praying enough? Are you asking God for questions and asking God answers for your questions enough? Are you eating properly? All of the are you serving people? Because that's what moms do." And while I appreciate her, there's only one person I care about if my soul is good. All right? And it ain't none of you. All right? All right, there's almost 200 of you in my chat right now, and I don't give a shit if any of you know about my relationship with God, because it's none of your business. I may occasionally tell you that I'm grateful for things, but my job his job is to talk to me about it, all right? And I don't like it when I see a lot of other Christians make it my problem how Christ-like they are. Okay? Christ did not go around telling everybody, he told people he was the savior, but he didn't do it in the way that the Pharisees did. He did it with his actions. He did it by being himself. And he didn't have to tell people. They knew. And if you have to go around on social media and constantly remind people that you're Christian, or that you're a small Christian being that never gets into any trouble, even though you do, and then you have to hide the trouble that you get in because you know it's wrong, I don't know.
The jester/octopus mommy milf avatar.
Internet Sin Master tipped Octopus Mommy MILF $10. Strawb needs to reread Luke 18:9-14. You've converted to Christianity. Good. Unless you're actively proselytizing/missionary work, the layperson shouldn't be boasting about how Christ-like you are.
I agree. Again, you show people through your actions. Anyway, going back to my original point. Strawb, you're in the mud with everybody else. Okay? You're in the mud with people. And so, unless you are ready to not be... Unless you're ready to, be in the mud full time, I would suggest you don't engage. Okay? Don't engage. Alright? I know this is going to fall on deaf ears. People are just going to say I'm being a horrible person. People are going to say I'm harassing her because I am saying all of this shit. Okay, whatever. But here's my prediction. All right, here is my stamp prediction in the future if nothing changes. If she continues down the road that she's going, if she's going down the road she's going, I predict quite a lot of overcorrection. We're already seeing a lot of overcorrection with her and Rev. And part of me wonders if, in the future, her and Rev are going to turn their back on everything that they told everybody that they supported. But I'm not going to be specific because I'm not going to. I'm just saying that I'm watching trends. Not a fallout, not between them. I'm just saying I'm seeing trends. I'm watching how both of them act, and if it goes the way I think it's going, I don't know. What would qualify as harassment? I don't know. My qualifications for harassment is repeated attempts to, 1, get somebody's attention, and 2, try and inflict emotional distress upon them. Now, it's kind of hard to prove intent. Me talking about somebody. Thank you. You didn't have to say that, but thank you, Master.
Master tipped Octopus Mommy MILF $20. Maybe this is just because being Catholic meant I lived through all of the priest jokes growing up and learned to ignore/laugh at the jokes, but Strawb needs to learn that she will be mocked for being a Christian.
No, yeah. I kind of got that too. You know how many jokes I got for being the Mormon? People ask me how many wives I had. You want to know what my retort is? Listen, mate, I can't even afford one of them. Why you think I'm able to afford more? So. No, but my prediction is, I don't know if anti is specifically on the table, but I have wondered. They are constantly talking about how anti-degeneracy they are, and how they're moving away from stuff. Strawb talks about all the content that she's moving away from, how she has to clean herself of everything. And again, if you want to quote unquote grow up, if you think that being doing ASMR, lewd ASMR, or being or making lolly jokes is a big deal, yeah, fine, cool, I don't care. Correct yourself, clean it up if it makes you happy, if you feel like it makes you right with God. But I better not see more Enos situations. I better not see more Enos situations. Because again, don't forget, that was something that was started by both Rev and his wife. Strawb and Rev both attacked Enos collectively together. And it took the internet telling them that they were fucking retarded for both of them to step down.
Oh my god, she's got milkers!
Moyo. Gummy discovered Mom has milkers and gave $5.
Thank you.
I guess Cinder is the poison apple to Strawb's Eve and Rev's Adam.
I don't know what you mean by that. Thank you for the money, but I don't know what you mean by that. Thank you for meeting the goal, by the way. The Yippee got some donuts. Congratulations, you fed the Yippee. I'll have to remake the goal here in a moment. What's the Enos story? Okay, let me pull up a picture of Enos. I want to say the Enos VTuber. Did she change up her stuff? Where did she go? There it is. Oh, her account. I forgot her account was suspended. Right. I forgot her YouTube account or Twitter account was suspended. Okay. So Enos is a lolly VTuber that used to be part of the Socks VTuber agency. And during Easter of this year, she made a, in my personal opinion, very poor taste joke about being crucified. Like, she did a whole thing where her model was like on a cross and all that shit, and it was on Easter. My personal opinion, is it sacrilegious? Oh, absolutely, it's sacrilegious. Did I like it? Absolutely not. I took one look at that and I was like, yeah, I don't know if I can support that personally. But by the same token, I don't remember saying anything. In fact, I'm pretty sure I said nothing. I just was like, yeah, I'm probably gonna unfollow that and then move on. Don't care, don't matter, you know? But that's not what Rev and Strawb did. What Rev and Strawb did is they openly attacked Enos. They openly, like, mocked her and said that she was basically being a horrible person. I don't have the direct on-hand comments, but they openly attacked her. And it led to, in my personal opinion, harassment from people around them. Funny enough. If we want to talk about harassment, funny enough, I believe that some of what they did led to the harassment of Enos herself. And so it took a lot for people, a lot of people looking at Rev and Strawb and saying, you guys are fucking retarded. And then they deleted the tweets. They might, I can't remember if they apologized or not. Don't take my word for it. They probably did when they realized that they were being stupid. But they basically attacked her. And I believe that because of how they acted, some of their audience is also attacked too. Now, here's what I will say. While I think that what Enos did was sacrilegious as a Christian myself, I also think that, you know, we are allowed to make fun of whatever we want. You know, if people can go around and make jokes about other religions, which Christians do all of the fucking time, by the way. I myself am guilty of it. If Christians can make fun of other religions, then it stands to reason that, you know, maybe Christians should be made fun of occasionally. Not all the time, because I do believe that there's a lot of imbalanced poking that comes to Christians specifically. But I do believe that all cards should be on the table. What is comedy without pushing boundaries? No, exactly. Exactly. So that is one thing that happened. Somebody mentioned Nuxtaku. I am trying to remember. Now, I don't have it on hand, so please don't take this as fact. All right? Please don't take this as fact, because I don't have it on hand. But if I remember correctly, it was either or. Somebody, if I remember correctly, Nux was basically told by Rev that he could, like, end his career or something like that. No, it was the other way around. Sorry, it was the other way around. Never mind. Never mind. It was the other way around. It was Nux that basically said that he could have Susan snap Rev's account whenever he wanted. Yeah, I remember that. That was dumb. Rev and Strawb's downfall might be similar to Shad's. I don't know what you mean by that. Was it Enos on the cross? Yeah, let me see if I can find a picture of it. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot she remade her account. Okay. Okay. So this got 2.9 million views. And again, the tweets from Rev and Strawb aren't on here anymore. But this was Enos. In my personal opinion, I don't like it, but I also really don't give a shit. Okay? Okay? Like, I don't care. Like, if you take offense to this, I get it. I get it. Again, as a Christian, you know, I get it. I also just don't give a shit, you know? She's German? Yeah, I know, that's what makes it funnier. It does make it funnier that she's German. Oh, goodness. But yeah. Can't forget the whole Mizu versus Rev Strawb, Rima. No, yeah, I know. I already mentioned that. Again, if you want to... There is a stream that you can watch where Mizu talks about that. I just ignored it? No, I bet. Again, like I said, I was like, I don't like this. But I moved on. So... But yeah, I do, based off of how I see her and him act, I am feeling like there is going to be some very dramatic shift. And I'm not entirely sure what to expect. Again, I am not like 100% sold on the idea that they are going to 100% forsake the principles they've built up. Some people asked if Rev was going to go anti. If Rev became a heavy anti-lolicon, that would be one of the funniest things ever. It would not redeem him to a lot of people, though, because a lot of people hate Rev specifically for the lolicon shit. And even if he came out and said that he was anti-lolicon, it would not fix it. He would basically be pulling a Nux Taku at that point. She wasn't making fun of Jesus. I think there could be many arguments for it. My personal opinion is just like, I don't like it. I don't care. If Rev went anti, he'd be shooting himself. Oh, he definitely would, yeah. He definitely would. I will not disagree with you on that, which is why I think it would be stupid if he did. I'm just saying, I feel that's one of those things that people ask me, and I'm like, I don't know. Maybe. Sounds like I'm getting sleepy. I apologize. I actually slept pretty good today. Yeah. That's my thoughts on Strawb. My thoughts are thus: stop complaining. You pick fights with people too. Stop picking fights with people for a little bit, and I'll consider like giving you more clemency. But for now, you pick fights with people on the internet, so I don't care. You know, I don't complain. I mean, I get mad when people defame me, and I know they know they're wrong. I mean, like that's different. Like if you were to come out and say people are constantly defaming me, yeah, I would agree that that's fucked up and wrong, and people shouldn't do that. But people are allowed to poke at you on the internet, especially because of the world that you chose to marry into. So, anyway, I have Minecraft on in the background. I was thinking to myself, maybe I'd play it a little bit while we go through this. That definitely ain't happening. That is definitely not happening. Oh, excuse me. All right. I just got a confirmation for an interview next week. I've seen men do dumb stuff for a woman. Oh, I agree. I agree. All right, chat. So, let me give you a recap of the Pyrocynical drama, or just Pyrocynical in general. Let me get a picture up of him. Open image. There we go. All right, chat. This is Pyrocynical. I do believe I know his name, but I don't know if that's public. Well, it is technically public, but I'm not going to say it. This is Pyrocynical. He is a British man. Sometimes acts like a twink. He also wears dresses sometimes, but that doesn't matter. He posts pictures of himself. I think that's kind of weird, but you know, it's whatever. Pyrocynical. Back in 2019.
Oh my God, she's got milkers.
Lord
Thank you.
Lucas discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. Strawb chose to dip her toes into the pool, so she needs to learn how to swim.
Speaking of the pool, chat, new goal. There's a yippie that wants to go swimming, but she needs a floaty because she doesn't know how to swim. So give the yippie a floaty so she can go swimming. Anyway. Let me start over. This is Pyrocynical. Pyrocynical, back in between 2018 to 2020, he was accused of grooming somebody. The allegations did not stick. He basically came out and said he had no idea what the age was of the individual. The individual alleged that he knew, but there, if I remember correctly, wasn't good enough or substantial proof to prove that he did or did not know. I think his proof was basically that the Twitter account that they alleged that he chatted with was suspended, so he didn't actually really see the age of the individual. There was a lot of little funky bits and pieces that don't fit, in my personal opinion. So, he basically got off scot-free. However, his damaged reputation, which I don't really think people cared, was that people found out that he was into furry fart roleplay. Yes, you heard that correctly. That was like the big damage to this man's ego, was finding out that he is into weird roleplay. Don't care about that. Again, as I've said, people are into weird roleplay, and so that doesn't really matter. It really just matters who you do it with, basically. And his response, if I remember correctly, his response was basically he didn't know the age of the individual that did it. If he knew, he wouldn't have engaged with them. And that was basically the end of it. Turkey Tom did a video on this? Yes, Turkey Tom did a video. Everybody hated it, and it also damaged Turkey Tom for a while because Turkey Tom was the guy that kind of like brought this forward, and everybody decided that they hated Turkey Tom's video. I was drinking when I said sorry, chat. So, fast forward to today. Isn't that old drama? Yes, that is old drama. Fast forward to today. Okay? Fast forward to today. This individual here makes this tweet. Their account name is Burner, which sounds like they're a burner account. Who do they follow? They follow some other random ass person. But they are a burner account that releases a thread of tweets alleging that Pyrocynical basically has been exposed for doing sexual messaging, basically more ERP, with more individuals. Also, I will say quickly to the chat, no spamming, please. Or we'll have to mute for a bit. Can we talk about Strawb again? No. No. What place do I send a link for videos? We do. There is suggestions channels. There, send it in the stream suggestions if you want. Anyway, so this account came out and alleged, quote, Pyrocynical, a YouTuber with 4 million subscribers, has been exposed for sexually messaging and grooming numerous minors, which many to which he knew the age of. So that is the big allegation. I'm gonna adjust myself, get a drink. The allegation is that Pyrocynical, one, did ERP. Nobody cares about that. But that he did it with underage people and that he knew that they were underage. Now, the burden of proof for this is kind of wonky, in my personal opinion. There's a couple of different ways that you can put proof on whether or not somebody knows. I'd say a pretty big indication is if they straight up tell you their age and say, hey, by the way, this is my age. I would say that's probably the biggest smoking gun that you can have against somebody. I do believe that when it came to the allegations the previous time, the only proof that they had was that the age was in the bio. Again, on an account on Twitter, which Pyro didn't have access to because he was allegedly banned. And I'm not saying that still holds water. I'm just trying to repeat what I remember from the allegations. Officer, I swear she told me she was... No, chat, no! So, I don't know. It's kind of hard, unless somebody says directly, by the way, this is my age. You're on an increasingly hard uphill to prove that somebody knew that you were underage. I'm not going to say it's impossible. I'm just going to say that the burden of proof changes. If that makes sense. And I say that again because that is, I believe, the proof they tried to use with him the first time this happened. They continue on to saying, despite common belief, Pyrocynical was not innocent in the Ivory situation. He admitted in his own response that he knew Ivory was 16 and yet continued to ERP with him, sent him fetish pornography, and discussed his sexual life. Pyro was 20. That's interesting. We might have to look at that here. We're going to look at the Google Doc first. Again, not all of it. We're going to read a couple of stories, chat. I'm not going to read all of them. All right? If somebody gives me a lot of money, maybe I will read all of it. I'll consider doing another stream later down the line just for that if you want, but not all of them today because I'm sure there's way too many. The Ivory situation is one of many allegations that fans and once close friends of Pyrocynical have levied against him. Pyrocynical's abused his platform to speak to minors about their sexual fantasies and fetishes and somehow managed to get away with it. The internet has shown a massive double standard in regards to they're just going to say his name, to Pyrocynical, that this document seeks to highlight. No one should get away with sexually messaging a fan significantly younger than themselves whilst knowing their age and then lying in a response video. I mean, if they're 18, I'd really... Listen, if they're over the age of 18, I don't care if that happens. It's definitely weird depending on how much older you are, and they're just 18, but, like, if they're over age of 18, it's legal. I don't care. At that point, it's just weird, okay? Most of the doc is stuff we already know. Okay. Okay. Well, again, like I said, we're going to go through it. Documents get taken down, will be posted again, archive the document, and let people know the truth. I do have a copy of this document just in case. Document goes over all the allegations, debunks many lies, misconceptions, and highlights the numerous lies of Pyrocynical's response video. Common defense uses that this was years ago. Is that really a defense that people are using? First, that does not undo the harm caused and the fact that showing obscene material to minors is still a crime. Yes, it is. Although it depends on the country you are in. The severity of it depends on the country that you're in and specifically what you show. But typically, it is still a crime to show obscene material to children. The "it was in the past" defense was utilized by fans of other predators, and it never worked. All right. One of my favorite comments here is there's a dude with a Jeffrey Epstein account that is quote-unquote verified, saying that is fucked up. 16 is legal in the UK. Well, if... there's a lot of factors that kind of go into that. Like if the person that he was sexting with was in the US, it might be different. I have no idea. All right, I am not an expert in the legal field. All I know is that if you're under the age of 18, it's a lot of people are going to think it's wonky no matter what. I would have to ask a lawyer how that works. But I would imagine that if Pyro was in the UK and this other person was in the US, I think the US law is probably what takes precedent. I don't know. Could be wrong. Anyway. So. Like I said. US is weird when it comes to laws. I agree. Let us go through the Pyrocynical files. It's a nice picture here. I love how it gives us a tutorial for zooming. That's really nice of them. Now, again, chat. 300 pages. 300. Fields are not law. I agree. Which is, again, stepping into this entire thing, we do not know what is contained within. Obviously, it's innocent until proven guilty. Hold on a moment. But we'll see. Anyway, we'll get started here. And look at this is a lot. This is a lot of information here. A lot of information. Ugh. So, let's get started. By the way, I'm going to put something away. I did bring out... I have sushi because it was like $5 sushi Wednesday at the store. I was going to think about eating it. I'm going to eat it tonight, so I'm going to put the sushi away. All right, I'm going to put the sushi away. Give me like 2 seconds, and I'm going to put the sushi away, then we'll get started. Thank you for the follow.
from MommaOcco.
Wolf Spain sent $5 for more hats. For context's sake, age of consent for 16 in most US states is for 2 to 3 year age gap relationships. Not 18 plus. It's the similar for Japan but for 13 to 17.
Oh, sorry about that. I have Asiago now. Pepper Jack cheese crisps. Oh, they're fantastic. Thank you for the 5, by the way, Will Spain. For context's sake, age of consent for 16 in the most United States is for 2 to 3 years gap, not 18 plus. It's similar for Japan, but for 13 to 17. Well, there you go. Appreciate that. And Mercenary asks, is that a $5 sushi roll from Sprouts? No. No, it is not. Okay. Sorry, it is getting kind of hot. Ugh. Just a little bit. Have my fan on. Excuse me. All right, let's get started here. Prologue. This document comprehensively goes over numerous allegations of Pyrocynical inappropriately engaging with 10 plus minors when he was adult. So this is 10 children. I did see that. I sent the video by him seeing the tweets when he was banned. All right, thank you. Remind me and we'll see about looking at that afterwards. Some who are significantly younger than himself. Okay, in my personal opinion, I don't care. If somebody's a minor, it doesn't matter if they are significantly younger than you. They're all minors, so it equally is weird to me, all right? You know, if they're like 12 and you're 20, yeah, that's even grosser. But in my personal opinion, if it's just minor, I don't care if they're significantly younger. It's still gross. It's still like the equal amount of gross. It's just, yeah. Yeah. So let's see here. Inappropriately engaging with 10 plus minors, discussing sexual fetishes, sending pornography to minors, which is illegal. Obviously, that's legal. Sending fetish content and even discussing real life sexual topics. While also addressing Pyrocynical's long history of lies and manipulation to downplay his actions. This document substantiates many of these allegations. Okay. Have I ever had Alaskan crab sushi? I have not. No. All right, so this document here is supposedly going to substantiate many of the allegations, meaning that not all of the allegations in here are going to be able to be substantiated. Document proves that Pyrocynical continue to engage. Okay, so they are alleging that they will be able to prove this. Significantly younger is bad. Okay, so age majority is worthless. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to get into that debate. I think that debate is cringe and gay. All I'm going to say is this. If you're under the age of 18 and somebody else is over the age of 18, it's still bad. No matter what. Okay? Like, obviously it sounds grosser the younger you go, but it's like that part just doesn't need to be included. I don't know. I don't want to get on an autistic tirade about that. All right, my opinion, significantly younger, don't care. They're all minors. It's all gross. It's all illegal. This document proves that Pyrocynical continued to engage in sexual erotic, to engage in ERP with a 16-year-old boy named Ivory when he was 20 until they were 17 and he was 21 while knowing their age. Okay, so they are asserting that he knew their age. If I was Pyrocynical and this was fake, by the way, I would definitely go for a lawyer.
Thank you
for the follow. Pyrocynical engaged in sexual discussions and had continued to send furry porn to Ivory from 2017, spanning to 2018, which is illegal, obviously. Admitted to masturbating in the not safe for work art of the minor's Sona. Okay. And also discussed the idea of commissioning not safe for work and fetish art of their Sonas. Again, just all of that is illegal. All you got to say is that he traded sexual art with this person. It's illegal. All right. It's illegal. I'm terrified what this is. Oh, that's an Imgur. I'm going to hide my screen for a moment just to make sure that that doesn't pull up fart fetish porn. Ah, okay. Okay. Well, I definitely can't show that. I definitely can't show that. So I'm just going to illustrate what I am watching right now, chat. I am watching an individual that posted a video on Imgur. Oh, there's multiple ones. Holy shit, there's multiple ones. Okay. So I might be able to show one of these here. So one of the videos, the guy is scrolling through a bunch of messages with a quote-unquote deleted user. And the deleted user has shared a very fat-looking dragon that had a very fat, puffy-looking dragon right now. Okay? Like I said, I'm not going to show you, chat, mostly because it would get me banned off of YouTube. I will describe it to you, though. You can pay me money if you don't want me to describe it anymore. Oh my gosh, the furry art gets worse. Oh dear sweet baby Jesus. Okay. Yeah, it's mostly just fat furry shit. That is, ugh. And furries eating copious amounts of food. By the way, I will say right now that if you're into furries having copious amounts of food eaten, you might have an eating disorder and you might want to get that checked out. All right. Second video. Let's see. This person is scrolling through images, talking to an individual that's not Pyrocynical. And this is allegedly proof that the screenshots are being real. Oh, there are DMs from Pyrocynical's girlfriend after they posted the tweet. Okay. And then there is server logs. Okay, this I can show. This is server logs showing the account here. Pixel, thank you for being a member for 26 months. Very much appreciated. That's over 2 years. That's awesome. Yellow, how are you? I'm good. Pain Pecco, indeed. So this right here is the old user ID. Okay. And then this is a bot showing his user ID being the owner of the server. Owner ID. Owner status. Server name. Server region verification. Okay. And then the fact that it is a deleted user. Okay, I'm going to hide these again. I don't know if this is part about working about why. Oh, okay. Okay. So this is a message of him worrying about being outed for the behavior. Okay. All right. That's all old shit that we've gone over before previously. Well, I haven't gone over, but like that's old stuff that we saw in the other in the old expose. All right, back to this.
Oh my god, she's got milkers.
Internet Sin Master discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. I shudder to think about the number of underage lewd furry artists online. I want vague descriptions of this furry art, purely for my amusement.
You're supposed to pay me not to read it, okay? You're supposed to pay me not to. And now I have to reopen Imgur. Relive looking at this shit. Alright. For Internet Zen Master specifically, I'm going to read out the images that I see. From Deleted User, where he says, I love this fat dragon, TBH. What do you think? We're looking at a picture of a fat white dragon with red highlights. From the backside. The fat dragon has a gigantic ass. and a stomach that looks like it could rival Ethan Ralph's gunt. Thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate that. All right, let's see if we can see some others here, because he posted it a couple of times, including the role play, including with some of the role plays. Okay, let's see. Some of these are being scrolled by really quickly. Let's see if we can stop towards another one. Okay, there's one. There's one. No, hold on. I'll go back. Go back. Oh, I love that. I just paused on a picture where, or on a screenshot where the deleted user says, "I'm gonna bust." Oh, fuck. Okay, here's another picture. Where Pyrocynical has sent, or allegedly Pyrocynical has sent this individual a picture of a fat dragon that has gotten so fat that he is stuck inside the shower, and the shower is a glass shower, and the dragon looks like it is rubbing his belly, or her belly. I think it's a woman, actually, because it has big boob. And so it is just stuck in the shower. I don't get that, by the way, with furries being obsessed with being stuck in places. I don't get it. It's not my, what's the word? That's not my, psychological damage. Now, I'm not going to show all of this. I'm not going to talk about all of this here. Here's one more. There is a video, or not a video, that's just a picture. There's a picture that Pyro decided to send of a wolf, a red wolf, being fed a triage of food on a conveyor belt, and the wolf is just scarfing it down. And on the conveyor belt, feeding this extremely fat wolf that looks like he's about to pop like a balloon. You can't see it? You're not going to see it, because it is not for your eyes to see. YouTube would not be happy with me. By the way, like the stream if you are enjoying me reading out of this shit, because that is this is just like the stream, chat, like the stream. But it is a picture of a fox being fed a buttload of food. It looks like it is eating a steak, where next a pizza and a cheeseburger are fed, then a cake, and then another furry. So I guess that this furry is going to vor the other furry. Stop. All right, we're gonna stop. I think we're gonna stop. I'm not reading any more of them. Next, you'll tell me he's into scat. No, I think he's just safe for. I think he's just into farting. All right. I think we can. I think we can go back here. DM me them after stream. No, you can look this up on your own. All right. This was all after he was proven to have known that he was 16. Pyrocynical and Ivory also discussed aspects of their sex life together. This was after Pyrocynical had reasonable suspicion to believe he was a minor. Strawb will also categorically debunk the misinformation surrounding Ivory lying about his age and meeting Pyrocynical in an 18+ RP server, as both claims are untrue and have been proven false. This document will prove that Pyrocynical was on Twitter during the time period that he claims he was not, and was active. Okay, so that was one of the big things that he said, is that he was not on Twitter and was actively engaging with Ivory's tweets, proving his plausible deniability alibi to be false and proving that he actively lied to cover for himself. I'm starting to wonder if this was read out loud before they posted it. Probably not, because who reads 310 pages? This document will also cover the numerous red flags that Pyrocynical probably knew Ivory was underage long before he claims, due to Ivory telling Pyrocynical he was at school and would have needed to use a fake ID to get into an 18+ bar. With Pyrocynical even referring to Ivory as a child and small boy. Oh, that makes me feel sick. That makes me feel sick. That they really should show images of that instead of just saying. This document will cover how Pyro dated a girl named Luann when she was 14 years old, when he was 18 in 2015, and stated he would wait for her to turn 16 to engage in a proper relationship with them. This document also covers the numerous examples of Pyro lying about this relationship he had with Luann and lying about the age gap to manipulate his fan base. This document will cover how Pyro was much closer to Ida and Ivory than he claimed in his response video, and also alleged commission Ida when they were 16 to 17 years old at the time to create not safe for work furry art when he was 19 to 20. In reference to the multiple other allegations of how Pyrocynical sexually messaged minors significantly younger than himself when he was adult, the allegations goes as follows. Oh my gosh. Pyrocynical allegedly sent furry fetish content to and discussed sexual fetishes with a 15-year-old girl when he was 19 in late... Oh, they give dates. Oh my gosh. In late September of 2016, Pyrocynical allegedly sent not safe for work images and allegedly sexually messaged Trippy Fox, a 15-year-old fan / associate of his when he was in 2016 when Niall should have been 18 or 19. Pyrocynical allegedly sent not safe for work images to a 15-year-old fan of his, which he followed, named Turk, in December of 2015 when he was 18. Pyrocynical allegedly discussed not safe for work fetish art and exchanged fetish art with Assault. Is that really the person's name? Assault, who was 16, and an associate of his in October of 2017 when he was 20. Pyrocynical allegedly sent furry fetish content to a 16-year-old fan named Ken when he was 19 during December of 2016. Pyrocynical allegedly groomed a 15-year-old boy when he was 19 and had them make fetish art for him. There's a lot of checks that these people are putting out right now. Holy cow. Pyrocynical was proven to have sent furry fetish content to and discussed sexual fetishes with a 15-year-old boy named Saku when he was 19. Pyrocynical then also went on to send fetish content to two 16-year-olds in a group chat with Saku when he was 19 in February of 2017. Pyrocynical allegedly got a 14-year-old minor named Mew Bios to create fetishistic art for him on Skype when he was 19 in 2016. It's an allegation levied by numerous knowledgeable individuals. Okay. Pyrocynical is friends with Sive Morton, who was publicly making sexual jokes to a minor named... Okay, I don't care about that. I don't care about who he was. Okay. Are you including... I don't like that already. I don't like that. Okay. Stick to one person. What the fuck? Okay. They have moved on from saying the allegation. Okay. All right. These are all allegations. Good. Now you're pairing him with other people that was making I don't... Because, you know... Guilt by association. I mean, like, I already think that is fucked up what he did. All right? All this other shit you chose to include, I agree that's disgusting. And if you can prove it's right, I think he's disgusting. More than I already think he's disgusting. But including that he was friends with somebody else that was also disgusting. I don't care. I don't care. Can't go up to a court. You can't go up to a judge and say, Judge, that guy was friends with a pedophile, so he must also be a pedophile. It's not how that works. It's not how that works. All right? Pyrocynical's a creep. You should be able to use it without having to include other people.
VTuber with a jester / octopus mommy MILF avatar.
Internet Sin Master tipped octopus mommy MILF $10. Wait. Small boy? Oh no. Fire up the wood chipper. I know where this furry fetish stuff is going, and it is not pretty. Also, I did not expect the make the minor make lewd fetish art for him part.
Thank you, Internet Zen Master.
From MommaOcco.
Thank you, Mercenary.
Mercenarix21 sent $5 for more hats. Got to remember some of the crazies think anything under 50 year of age is underage. They also want killed by association.
Yeah. Again, I just, thank you, Overture, for the 2. This feels like hip firing. Yeah, I agree. Again, well, I don't know. They are firing out some pretty heavy shots here. Shots that I hope they can substantiate. Otherwise, if none of this can be substantiated, I hope Pyrocynical sues whoever this is into the ground. Alright? Again, I'm going to move on here, but, like, this is enough shit, alright? This is enough shit. You don't need to say that he was friends with Sive. Don't care. I don't need to know that he was friends with another person here who when they were 19, had sex with another individual who was 19 or 15. All right. I don't care that he was close friends with another individual who was a self-admitted lolicon and prolific pedo who had sex. Okay. Okay. I don't care. I don't care if they are a lolicon that also had sex with a minor. That's gross. I agree. That sucks. It's disgusting. This doesn't need to be included. This. Don't care. Don't care. All right? That doesn't, like... Are you trying to get these other people arrested? Make a different document just for them, please. Oh, excuse me. Anyway. Let me a drink of water. They say Ledger did not show things. Well, this is the beginning here. I'm going to hope that they show things in here. Because I'm going to be very upset if they don't. This document will address how Pyrocynical knew Luann, the 14-year-old girl he dated, was dating a 23-year-old man now in the name of Ancient Reality. Shortly after the relationship, and did nothing to call the large age gap dynamic out regardless. Instead, Pyrocynical remained friends with him months after knowing about their relationship. I don't care. Again, that just makes him more creepy. But you don't need to nail the man to the cross with multiple different nails. Just get enough nails to nail him to the cross. I don't know. I don't get it. Oh yeah, he's associated with other bad people. Okay. This document will highlight Ida's egregious history, scamming thousands of dollars from clients and Pyrocynical doing nothing to reimburse them. Ida has continued not to pay clients to this day. Okay, you're trying to expose a pedophile and you're telling me that the pedophile's girlfriend didn't pay people? Okay. It just bogs it down. Alright? When you want to list a crime, don't like list all this other shit that doesn't matter. List the crime and then move on. Feels like doxing without people coming to your house is obviously what Pyro did. Is weird, but still. I don't know. I don't remember that. Finally, cover Pyrocynical's interactions with a pedophile artist. Okay. I'd like to say, for the record right now, in case anybody watches me, I don't like Shadman. I think Shadman actually should have been arrested for what he did. Because under the laws of the United States, Shadman, in my personal opinion, broke the DOS standard. DOS standard is very specific. DOS standard requires that the individuals that you draw, if they are actually a real person is underage, and the drawing is in a sexual situation, that breaks the DOS standard. So, I believe that Shadman broke the DOS standard. I believe that Shadman should have been arrested for that. He was not arrested for that. Shadman was arrested because he assaulted somebody with a deadly weapon. And now Shadman is, like, living his best life in the streets of LA. Just putting that out there. I don't like Shadman. Don't like what he did. He did not get... He's not really known for drawing... Nobody really... Well, excuse me. I really don't care that he drew Lolicon. I care that he drew real people. The real people part is the one that bothers me the most. But he was not ever arrested for it. Even though I believe that he broke the DOS standard. Same with Meat Canyon in the Meat Canyon video. Chad is a good artist and he wasted all out on his fetish of a real girl. Yeah. If Shadman did not draw real people, he would be right where he is today. No, he wouldn't be where he is today. He would be like just fine drawing art for people. Shadman would be just fine. But because he drew real people, that's the problem. That's the problem. Don't draw real people. Yeah. Pyrocynical has managed to get away with his actions up till now by consistently lying to his fan base in his response video and underplaying his behavior severely. Pyrocynical relies on his fan base to harass victims and have them consistently excuse, belittle, and downplay his actions. Doggy will call out members of his fan base for attacking victims and will also debunk many of the false points used to defend Pyrocynical. Alright, the Ivory situation. People believe that Pyro never knew the age of Ivory during the time they messaged each other. This is false. Pyro admitted in his own response that he apparently learned of Ivory's age when he sent a Twitter link showing his profile, which showed that he was 16 as of July 5th, 2017. Pyro at this time would have been 20. And in the same video, he established that once apparently learned his age, he continued to ERP with Ivory and send him furry fetish pornography. Alright, there's a lie here. Let me just... We're going to be opening a lot of links, I have a feeling. Give me a moment. Okay, why was this linked here? This individual says, if someone brings up Pyrocynical being a creep, at least one person will say, I thought he debunked everything in his response video. And if you reply with what he said in his response video, they'll say, oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Pyro admitted. All right. We're going to go back 5 seconds. Unmute that. I'm going to play this.
When this message or that message was sent, I knew he was 15. What? When Ivory linked me his Twitter profile, the age in bio says 16. This is something I acknowledged in my Reddit post, but to be fair, I probably didn't elaborate enough on it. In retrospect, I never should have continued the furry stuff with him once I learnt of his age, even though at the time I didn't see it as a problem. Legally, age of consent is 16 in both...
Okay.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
Thank you for the follow. I'd have to ask Ava on this one. Ivory consented to great evening more misinformation. What? So, I'm not going to Google questions of the law when it comes to this shit because it's going to put me on a watch list. But it's just like, okay, what is the age that you're allowed to ERP with somebody then? His defense is that he's British. Again, is it illegal? Okay, if the age of consent is 16 in the state that Ivory was in, which it sounds like is Pennsylvania, and the state and the country he is in, then is it illegal to ERP with somebody? Hold on, I feel like I read that somewhere. Discussing sexual fetish, sending pornography to minor, which is illegal, sending fetish content. Which is illegal. Engaging in sexual discussions is illegal. Yes. He was proven to be... Yeah, he was 16. Depends on where the other person is from. In his video, he's alleging that he's from Pennsylvania, where the age of consent is 16.
My country and his state. I didn't consider the age gap significant enough because what we were talking about and doing was so far removed from actual sex. It literally was just fantasy furry garbage because I didn't consider Ivory sexual in any way in person. I never had a plan to progress our friendship into something more, and I never considered it an issue. I understand though that, you know, this is going to be one of those weird grey areas where people are going to agree or disagree. I think it's a combination of all of these variables coming together, which led me to believe at the time there was nothing wrong from a moral standpoint.
And that's where you're stupid, in my personal opinion. Because if somebody is under the age of 18, you should just not talk to them in general.
As for the other message, I don't remember seeing this message, and I'm not sure why it's being used as proof that I knew he was 15.
VTuber with a jester / octopus mommy MILF avatar.
Internet Sin Master tipped Octopus Mommy MILF $10. TBH, everyone brings up Shadman like it's a gotcha. Against Nux, Eva Chris Tyson, now Pyro. That's off the top of my head.
Don't forget Kirsche.
Ignoring how popular / Big Shad was online at the time. I don't get it.
My problem with Shadman is everybody should have disavowed him when it came to real kids. That's my only problem. When it's lolicon, you know, that's the moral gray area where it's just like, I don't fucking care. You know, I might side eye you, depending on what you like, but I don't fucking care. The fact that he drew real kids is, I think, why people are... Because again, you could like... I could see people arguing all day about the lolly stuff. Real kids, that's different. That is completely different. It's illegal in the US since federal age of consent is still 18, but not in the UK. So the question is, does it count for where Pyro was or where the Pennsylvania was? That is a good question, yeah. I guess the questions that we have to ask is... Does age of consent cover ERP? That's, I don't know. And whether or not the federal age of consent, which is 18, get applied here. I guess probably not, because they didn't do anything a couple years ago. I don't know. I imagine the police either got involved or people reported it and people just don't care. So, I don't know.
Oh my god, she's got milkers!
Mercenarix21 discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. I'm absolutely fine with fictional because it's fictional, it's not real. It's when you get into real that's when I have a problem, and so does Mr. Chippy.
I get a little icked out over some of the fictional stuff I see. Ivory consented. I do remember Ivory saying that he consented to it.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
Thank you for the follow. I'm not gonna get into the Shadman stuff because that's a deep pit of despair. But again, when using Shadman is just like, I agree that you could definitely say it's a red flag, and if people knew he was drawing that shit, yeah, I would say that's a problem. Like, there's an artist that I kind of liked. They drew a picture of somebody IRL, and I was like, ugh, I don't really like that. Now, granted, I think the individual they drew was 18, but it still didn't make me feel good, right? So, but yeah. Anyway, walking back, I guess the legal question you have to ask is, if the age of consent is 16 in both places, and that's all that matters, did he consent? And is ERP like covered under that? Because if ERP is covered under that, again, it really just doesn't matter. It really doesn't. It's still fucking weird. It's still gross. But it doesn't matter at that point. Unless there's something I'm missing. I could be missing a detail on this. You know, I'm from the UK, and people who are from the UK know the law said to me 16 is the age of consent, but you can't sex with anyone under 18. Okay, if that's the truth, then that is a problem. That is a detail that, knowing that detail, yeah, that would be a problem. That would be a problem. It doesn't matter. It sounds like it doesn't matter if you consent or not. If that were the case, then yeah, he would probably not gonna say yay or nay, but that would probably make it him guilty. Yeah, I don't know. That's not good. Not good at all. Not good at all, is what I will say. Starting to get a little stinky in here. Let's see. Pyro at this time would have been 20, and in the same video he established that once apparently learning of his age, he continued with Ivory and sent him furry fetish stuff. Ivory's age did not dissuade him. The only argument presented by Pyro is that he didn't know Ivory was 8'15", predating July 5th, when he had sent Pyro his Twitter profile with his age. Despite Ivory disclosing that he was 15 on Twitter numerous times, Pyro claimed that he was suspended so he could not access the platform during the time, therefore he did not see Ivory's Twitter post. I'm assuming that's the Twitter video, which I know what that is. However, as you'll come to see in this document, oh, for fuck's sake, don't... I hate the formatting of this so much, it's making me want to rage quit. Don't just say, however, as you'll come to see, here is the proof. And it's just like, don't do that. Just say, he said this, here is the refuting picture saying that's wrong. I don't need this. I don't need this. Well, this would be fine. But just show it. Don't just say, I'm going to show it. Just show it. This turns out to be a lie. Furthermore, there is no proof that Ivory ever lied about his age being 18 or originally met Pyro in an 18+ Discord, and the original contributors to the claim went back on it. Oops, few people, but this seems we have a Mandela effect to skim through the interview, and I think that I'm Alex. The day was cause this to me is not a 16-year-old supposed to talk, I guess. Oh gosh. I'm thinking about deleting this thread. Most of it did not age well, and although I don't think Pyro is a pedo, he was still at fault for not checking who he was talking to. I made this thread way too early in this situation and should have waited. Okay, is that it? Pyrocynical also stated in his video response that Ivory never lied about his age to him. Claim that they met in an 18+ Discord server is debunked, and proof will be shown. Just show it! The format is horrible. I hate it. Pyrocynical acknowledging he knew that Ivory was 16 yet continued ERP with him. We already listened to that. Never continued, even though I shouldn't see it as a problem. Yada, 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 yada. Okay. Ivory made it clear this age to Pyro on July 5th, 2017. Beyond that point, Pyro knew Ivory was 16 and continued to sexually message him. The idea that Pyro did not know beyond the point is false. The only argument stands was that Pyro knew the age of Ivory beforehand when he was 15, which we will address later. So yeah, going back to the video, Pyro does say that he didn't see this. I don't feel like that's not a good defense, in my personal opinion. Not a good defense, in my personal opinion, just saying you didn't see this. I mean, maybe he truly didn't, but that's kind of hard. That's kind of hard to prove against, I would say. Let's see here. In regards to the age gap, Pyro was born on May... Okay, why are you saying it? Can I even go over this? Can I even, like, fucking read this? They're just, like, doxing him. They gave us his name. They gave us his age. What the fuck? I can't... I don't know if I can read this. Can I actually... This is, like, private information. Thank you for the 5. Why didn't it not play?
Oh my god, she's got milkers!
Mercenarix21 discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. If this person shows no proof, they're no better than Collective Shout, where Collective Shout is silent about Roblox and supports cuties.
Yeah. They multiple times are posting the ages of these people. I don't like that. Thank you for meeting the goal again, chat. All right. Well, I'll continue. Pyro was born on this date. Ira was born on this date, as he is turning 23. He's turning 24 this year. Means there's a 3-year age gap, essentially 4 years. In Pyro's response, he attempts to downplay the age gap used in the UK.
Internet Sin Master discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. In the beginning, there was nothing. Then the Lord said, Pyrocynical was born on, insert date. Oh Christ, the DOC is going full Mujin.
Thanks. Alright. Like I said, we'll continue. Fact he admitted he didn't consider 4-year age gap significant enough was a red flag. It is a red flag. As long as they're underage, then yeah, it's a red flag. Let's see. As specified, Irie was born on blank. He is 24 years old. I guess that is like a public thing you can Google, but again, I just don't like that. When Irie had linked his Twitter profile to Pyro, which he had his age in the bio, Pyro claims this was the first time he acknowledged Ivorie's actual age. This was on July 5th, 2017. Weird to assume that's true, and Pyrocynical somehow didn't know earlier. Ivory would have been 16 and 2 months old, and Pyrocynical would have been 20 and 1 month old. Excuse me. Even if Pyro didn't know the exact birth date of Ivory, acknowledging that he was 16 and roughly 4 years younger would have been enough for anyone to cut contact or scrub their socials for an exact birth date. Pyro, as we have discussed, did not cut contact and instead continued to be sexual with Ivory. This is a lot of shit that we already know. Yeah, this is a lot of shit we already know. And again, at this point, it goes back to whether or not that was it sounds like that sexting with somebody is illegal if they're under the age of 18. Okay, then he's guilty. He's guilty. He's guilty, in my personal opinion. Is all of this just trying to show the proof that I think it is? I think it is. Holy shit. Okay. Chat, press 1 if you want me to. I kind of want to skip the Ivory thing because, like, yeah, all right, I agree. If the sexting is illegal under the age of 18, then yep, he's guilty. I kind of want to move on to one that's not just this person. Let's see. It's made of the argument that Pyro was not aware of the age gap between him and Ivory. This can be immediately discredited by the fact that Ivory made his birthday known to Pyro and was referring to it in late April/early May. This meant when Pyrocynical claims that he came to terms with Ivory's age in July 5th, to which age 16 was present in his bio, he would understand that he just recently turned 16 as of 2 months prior. Effectively meant that Pyrocynical knew that there was a 4-year age gap between them, but nevertheless he continued to inappropriately message Ivory. Oh my gosh. They tried to do screen caps of this video paused. They need to do a better job. This is bad. Let's see. I don't like these screenshots. On my birthday. Okay. Ivory is seen specifically specifying to Pyro in DMs about drama he was having with a Twitter artist during April 21st, which was his 16th birthday. Okay. Recently turned 16. Cool. Oh, so what they're saying here is that he would have known that he was 16. Okay. Cool. I can agree with that. Google Drive link of Ivory's DMs with Pyro. We're not going to watch that. Let's see. Keep in mind, Pyro had followed his account in December 2016 before he was suspended, but it was still actively looking through his tweets during his suspension period, which conveniently does not address, but we will cover the Pyrocynical Light segment of this document. People know their screenshot apps. Well, these right here is... Fuck, I don't want to, like, show furry shit. These right here are somebody else's phone. Obviously. Cuties is disgusting, I agree. Google link of the DMs. Twitter thread of Lumi. Lumi? Is Lumi part of this? I'm assuming it's a different Lumi. Going over the video logs and analyzing the Discord UI to prove the messages are real and untampered with. The Twitter thread also proves how the Discord tag of the deleted account that messaged Ivory was the owner of Pyrocynical's deleted Discord server, which we just went through. Yep, all of that. All that. As provided in Ivory's evidence screenshots, the same deleted user, which Ivory messaging bore the exact same Discord user ID as Pyrocynical's account, which owned his Discord in 2018. The account is seen having the owner role and having the tag LOL9982. After the account was deleted, it became deleted user. Provided in the same Imgur link. I'm not going to... Fuck, let me make sure that none of that's not safe for work. I'm just going to read it here. Provided in the same Imgur link, Ivory provides video proof of the Twitter mobile direct messages he had with Pyrocynical's current girlfriend. Filmed in 2020 shortly after his initial call-out post on Nyril. The conversation, Ida victim blames Ivory, claiming that the age gap dynamic wasn't that bad and that he wasn't innocent either. Her messages to Ivory cement... Oh yeah, thank God I decided to hide this because it is just going to show it. Cement the fact that Nile did, in fact, message Ivory and that was his account. She did not deny the fact whatsoever. According to Ivory, he states that Nile had repeated pattern of behavior where he was behaved inappropriately around other minors, such as Assault, who was apparently 15. We will go into more details regarding these DMs exchanged later. This is included specific segment to add more validity. Cool. Cool. Debunking misinformation regarding Ivory. Okay. Oh, goodness. Segment is created to once again clarify the situation, debunk misinformation that may be generated when the situation is being opened and discussed again. In order to discredit the situation and drastically vindicate Pyro and alleviate him of culpability, there's a massive public consensus online that Ivory had directly lied to Pyrocynical about his age. This is false, unsubstantiated, and untrue. Pyrocynical attests in his own video that Ivory never lied about his age. Obviously, he was just unaware of him being 15 at the time. Yep. Another lie created was that Pyro apparently never knew the age of Ivory throughout their entire messaging history. This is another lie, obviously. Cool. 16 is legal in the UK, so it might have been mentally hand-waved by Pyro. Yes. 16 is the age of consent, especially the law in the other place where the minor was. And the question isn't that. The question is whether or not sexting counts under that. People are telling me no. I'm to take it at its word. The answer is probably no. Another big lie, which is sometimes used to downplay the severity of the situation and shift blame onto Ivory, was the claim that Pyro and Ivory met in an 18+ roleplay Discord server. This is unsubstantiated claim. They then used to claim that Ivory then must have lied about his age, being 18, to access channels of the server, therefore making Pyrocynical innocent, as he would be under the guise that Ivory was an adult. This is yet again completely false. Pyrocynical and Ivory originally met up in MommaOcco's Discord server, who was an associate of Pyrocynical. It is not an 18+ RP server, as Solid himself was 15 years old at the time. That's not good. Talking. Oh, it's not good. Server contained numerous minors in it. For context, Shibe was a very well-connected influencer during the time of 16 to 18. Despite him having removed his YouTube channel and having Twitter consistently suspended his accounts, by looking at archive videos containing screenshots of his accounts, it was clear to see that he was a large figure present in the community, being associated with Sive, who went on to edit for PewDiePie, and Shibe was at the time an alleged editor for Pyrocynical. Sending nudes is illegal. Sending lewd words, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Technically, though, he did send not safe for work images. Okay. Oh, this is just showing proof that of who this guy is. I don't feel comfortable showing some of these pictures. I really don't feel comfortable showing some of these are like pictures of people. I mean, these are like public pictures that were taken, but okay. None of them are not safe for work, so shows who Solid Shibe is. Shows who Sive is. Shows Shibe's account. Cool. There's a picture of Pyro with other people. To demonstrate how close Shibe and Pyrocynical were 6 years ago, as presented in the Reddit post, wholesome picture I found of Pyro, or Papa Pyro. You can evidently see Shibe on the right side of the group containing Pyrocynical and his ex-girlfriend Squizzy. Sive is also present in the image at the bottom left corner. This ain't going to blow up, and if it does, it's going to be a VTuber fruit situation again, aka people not reading the doc. Probably. I don't know if anybody's talked about it besides small commentary shitters. That includes myself, by the way. Ivory is seen attesting that he had originally met Pyro in Shibe's Discord server, in which was extremely popular and active. It was my 15. Okay, so that's where Ivory claims. Excuse me. Okay, this is him saying this. He could also be lying. I don't know. Just devil's advocate, he could be lying. Ivory was also seen stating that Solid Shibe was friends with him. This could be backed up by the fact that Ivory was given admin permissions in the server for a certain amount of time. Cool. I don't feel safe displaying a picture of a kid on my screen. I don't like that. 15-year-old kid forces... Okay. Proven with archived tweets showing that Shibe looked obviously underaged. Trivia Fox, an important figure who we'll cover later, and someone who was involved in Shibe's friend group and was friends with Thomas himself, was also stating that Solid Shibe was 15 in reply to Sive. Not once any circumstances did Pyro ever claim in his response video that he met Ivory in an 18+ Discord server. The claim was completely unsubstantiated. Okay, cool. I mean, if he didn't say that, like the only reason they're bringing that up is because outside people claiming it. Crasputis, that's a name, was present in Solid server for the time, and they attested how Pyrocynical and Ivory had originally first crossed paths in Shibe's server. The idea they made up an 18+ server was completely unfounded and false. My gosh, it sounds like a kid wrote this. Sounds like a fucking kid wrote... Again, I just... Like, this... Annoying. Like, they keep going out and saying, this is false, this is false, this is false. Like, did you read this out loud before actually doing it? Please tell me you did. Anyone below 22 as a kid? Mentally, probably. The possibility that Shibe's server had not safe for work channels is a problem in itself because Shibe was 15. It would have been a case of edgy teenagers allowing pornographic memes to be sent at the time, seeing no problem with it. Okay. Something made up in the Diesel Patches video. I see. This information that Ivory and Pyro met up in an 18+ server. Originally from the commentary channel, Diesel Patches made a video update on the Pyro allegations in which he gave Pyrocynical the benefit of the doubt with the theoretical assumption that people neglect to bring up in his follow-up video addressing the allegations. Diesel Patches establishes the fact that the claim is untrue and unsubstantiated. Diesel Patches, before I talk about the new updated version of the Pyrocynical allegations, I need to address a comment in my last video. My Pyro video, I made the assumption that Pyro and Ivory came from an 18+ community. Reason why it's an issue is because some people treated it as a fact that I didn't clarify enough that my comment was merely an assumption. The reason I assume this is because I wanted to give Pyro benefit of a doubt, but it doesn't matter anymore because look at the new updated allegations. Pretty clear that he is in the wrong. Please refrain from using that as the #1 defense. Still a dumb defense, regardless. I'm getting to the point where I want to rage quit. This is a bad Google Doc chat. Like, here. I'm gonna put a poll. I'm gonna put a poll for you, chat. There's 150 of you. Everybody vote. "300 pages and it's bad," and I agree. Like, here's my problem. You don't need to constantly reiterate something. Say it once, put it there, move on. I don't like it for that reason. So, a lot of you seem to want me to move on. I'll give it a minute. I'm gonna have some more of these cheese crisps. Only took 10 pages. Yeah, I just don't want to read it anymore. Milk this over multiple days? I don't want to. This is just a bad Google Doc. Because here's the thing. Alright? If it took me 5 pages to agree that, like, okay, if the ERP is illegal, even if they are both age of consent, then yeah, he did a bad. Okay? If that's all you need to stop with. Just say he did this, it's wrong, it's against the law here. It's against the law. All right, cool. I agree. Otherwise, I don't know. The document proves he lied in his response video. Yeah, I would agree with that. Again, this is 300 pages. I'm scrolling through here. Like, they go over again and again and again the same messages. They show off the ERP messages, which I definitely am not going to read. Chat, I'm 50 pages in, and right now we're just going through them. How long are just the messages? Okay, they're not that long. It's like 10, 15 pages of just messages. Give it a skim. All right. Most of you are asking me to end the suffering. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to move on. We're going to watch the Carl Jobst video. Oh, I feel so mentally drained. I'm sorry. I knew it. Yeah, like, I am going over this. The section where it's like Pyrocynical lied is just like they're restating the same shit again. Bro, when do we get to the actual other people? Ida's dynamic, Ida victim blaming, which they already brought up. Victim blaming. Okay, they like 127 pages in, so almost halfway through this doc. We move past the original thing and move on to another person. Yeah, we're gonna go to the Carl Jobst video. I'll continue skimming later, but I can't right now.
Hello?
Shut up, Carl Jobst. Alright, chat. I need to use the restroom. Mom needs to use the restroom. Then when I come back, we'll be playing the video. I gotta have Minecraft in the background because I'm autistic. This video is 1 hour and 53 minutes long. Should be enough time for us to go through. We have about 4 hours to do it. Because it is a video, I will jump into 1.25 speed, and I will allow people to come in if they want. And when I get back, we'll start going through that video. So don't touch that dial. We'll be back in just a moment. Make Mizu read it? I would not force that on my worst enemy. Oh, goodness, that was a lot. I don't know, maybe I just am not in the mood, but I just, like, found it extremely... Like, there's a certain amount of respect you need to give somebody, and you expect somebody to read something that long. Like, if a Google Doc is 300 pages long, even if there's pictures, and there was a lot of pictures, you need to make sure to respect the time of the people that they're going to be looking into it. Because if you don't, you end up making people hate you. And I hated every second of that. If that makes sense. Brain dead? Yeah, I guess. So... I don't hate... I actually kind of do hate that one specifically. But... excuse me. Give me one moment. I hated the formatting. I hated the pacing. And it just felt disjointed. And all over the place. Want new evidence? Not the stuff from the past is clearly doxing. It is definitely republication of information. That's the other reason why I didn't want to do it. So. Also, don't fight in the comments, please. Anyway. People are welcome to jump in. Friends are welcome to jump in. Alright. Before we get started on Carl Jobst, let me give you guys an update on what we're going to be watching today. Man, I just feel so drained right now. I'm so sorry. So Carl Jobst, guy who originally did a bunch of videos exposing cheaters. I don't know why my voice just like got weird like that. He did a bunch of videos exposing cheaters, and one of his most popular series was talking about Billy Mitchell, somebody that he alleged one was a cheater, and two made some pointed allegations about Billy Mitchell's involvement with another content creator's demise. And that got him sued, and then he lost. And after he lost, everything kind of started going downhill for him. So, the video that we're going to be watching is the finale, basically, of that. Where Carl says that he's not going to make any more videos after this. He'll say that a couple times in this video. He has a TLDR for his video, by the way, chat. Here, I'll list this TLDR for you. This is a 2-hour video. TLDR. Or TLDW. Number 1. I am an idiot. Well, at least he admits that. I'm glad that he at least admits what he is, which is an idiot. Number 2. Billy lost $500,000. We'll get into that. Number 3. None of the money this channel earns goes to Billy. We'll go into that as well. Number 4, Billy is a moron, according to him. Number 5, the GoFundMe was not a scam. Number 6, Billy is a lying con man, according to him. Number 7, Billy does not stand on things to make himself look taller. I didn't know that was a thing. Apparently, there was like an allegation that Billy Mitchell stood on shit to look taller. And I didn't know that was like an alleged thing until after this whole thing came down. And number 6, slop tubers are the worst, which depends, but generally I'd probably agree. So, let's get into this. Anyway. Fuck, where is it? This isn't a Google Doc, so I can't play that. But, chat, this will be very fun. I'm very excited about this. I hope you guys are too. And like I said, I'll be playing Minecraft while we do this here because I need my Minecraft. So, let me pause that. What is a slap tuber? No, slop tuber. Slop tuber is just somebody that makes content slop, basically. Anyway, if you haven't already, by the way, like the stream because liking the stream pushes it in front of other people. Carl's a backstabber to me, and I won't give him the respect for the time of day. All right, sounds good. I mean, I may let you know, I did watch this, a little bit of it. Most of it. I think that Carl's being extremely stupid, by the way. You said not to fight, break up the yippies? Yes, break up the yippies. No yippie fighting. It's like cockfighting, only worse. But yeah, I don't like this video. I think that Carl's kind of stupid. So let's go through this, and you can find out why.
Hello, you absolute legends. This is it. This is the end of an era. This is hopefully the last video I make concerning my lawsuit.
I don't believe this is going to be the last video that he makes about Bill. I'm telling you right now, it's not the last video. Not in the slightest. Okay? He is going to make more videos if he feels necessary to do so. Just telling you guys right now, this ain't the last video.
Or even Billy Mitchell. When I made my previous video regarding the result of the lawsuit, I was still actively looking into appealing the decision, which meant going back into court was a real possibility. And for that reason, unfortunately, I couldn't really say everything I wanted to say. And I also couldn't take as much accountability as I really wanted to, because it may have hurt my case. But ultimately, I did not end up appealing the decision.
Okay, so right here he's saying there is no appeal. Court is not going to be happening anymore, which in my personal opinion is probably the best outcome of the entire situation, because spending more money to go back into court to potentially just have the judge tell you, no, you lost, is not a good idea. So him choosing to not go back to court, probably one of the best things that the smartest things he's ever done in this entire process.
So everything is now final, and I am able to comment freely. In the last 2 months, a lot has been going on behind the scenes as a result of the decision. And in this video, I'm going to tell you everything. Regardless of whether or not you care about the lawsuit or Billy Mitchell, there are important questions that I'm
going to tell you right now, I care about how funny it is.
think supporters of me or this channel deserve to know. For example, does any of the money this channel earns go to Billy? Exactly how much money do I owe Billy? How much money will Billy actually get? Will Billy's win inspire even more lawsuits? These questions will be...
That for... I feel like he's trying to click... I mean, like, you know, fair is fair. He's allowed to clickbait as much as he wants here. But I feel like that last one is kind of dumb. I know why he says it based off of what comes later. I just think that it's dumb, personally.
Be answered, and many more. There have been hundreds of videos made about me in the past few months, and thousands upon thousands of comments. Yet, I haven't seen or heard a single person talk about what is really going on accurately, which is totally
I'm gonna let it play.
Understandable, because this is a very complex situation, and it is frankly impossible for anyone to know what is happening, because you would need to be an expert in Australian law, you would need to know my exact financial position and what I own and how I run my business, and you would also need to be an expert on Australian bankruptcy law. Basically, you would need to be my lawyer.
So basically, everybody's wrong.
Know my exact financial position and basically
He's wrong, because you're not an Australian lawyer. Plus, you're not his lawyer. Keep an idea on that. Where his lawyer is the smart one, all right? He's basically building up that he thinks his lawyer is the smart one and everybody else is stupid. That's going to come back to bite him later down the line.
And I'm pretty sure most of you out there aren't. That's not your fault. But rather than having 100 videos speculating or even proclaiming things as fact that couldn't be further from the truth, I'm just going to lay everything out there. I know a lot of people are curious about what is happening, and I am more than happy to provide you with everything you would like to know, especially given that many people aren't happy with how I wasn't clear enough during the lawsuit. So now everyone will know everything, and then I am happy to move on forever.
He will not move on, in my personal opinion.
For the past 4 years, I have been in denial. Billy's lawsuit against me alleged that I accused Billy of being a major contributing factor in Apollo Legends' decision to take his own life. And I have always denied that, both in my legal defense and...
part of the problem.
Wolf's Pain found out Mom is
Thank you for the 10.
problem and gave her $9.99. Not our fault, go crazy for sugar like a bunch of bulls diving for a loose change. Yeah. I said that bull. What you gonna do about it?
I think he's... Well, I wouldn't say he's at work, actually. He's probably doing something else. Thank you for the 10. That's funny. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Publicly. I would pick apart the exact words that I used and argue that I never technically said that. And if anyone did come away from my statements with the impression that Billy was in some way responsible, then it was their fault for adding meaning to my words.
So it is you, child! It is your fault for ascribing my words! It is you! You're the reason why I got sued! Not me! You! Chat. This motherfucker is saying that people took what he said the wrong way. That is, he is saying that he lost and that everybody just took what he said the wrong way. I disagree. Because for the entirety of this lawsuit, everybody thought it was about something completely different. I just find it funny. He's like, oh, you guys took it the wrong way. Like, no, I didn't. I didn't take it the right or wrong way at all. It was me, Barry. I just, bro, not a strong start to say this. I'm telling you.
Words that weren't there. I didn't want to believe I implied what the lawsuit accused me of implying for two main reasons. Firstly, it would have been terrible for my defense if it were true and the thought of losing the lawsuit was something I couldn't bear to deal with. And secondly, it's a disgusting and terrible thing to imply. Regardless of whether or not I believed what I said to be true at the time, which I did, and even if the facts I presented were correct, which was that Apollo had to pay a large sum of money in his settlement which put him into debt, I still had no justification for making the connection between Billy and Apollo's suicide. Apollo never suggested it himself, and the evidence doesn't point to it. I held on to the belief that I did not make that claim all the way through the lawsuit, and even after the judge's verdict, which ruled that I did make that claim, I refused to accept it. I was fully intending on appealing, and referred my case to a much more experienced and much more expensive lawyer for his opinion, and I fully expected him to confirm my belief and tell me that the judge was wrong. But he didn't. He told me that I did imply that, and it was defamatory. And in fact, he outright refused to appeal the decision, even though
this motherfucker got a lawyer. Lawyer said, yeah, you did actually defame Billy Mitchell. Okay? Then the lawyer said, I'm not taking this to court because you defamed him so badly. The lawyer said, you've got no case. I'm not helping you, broski. I'm not taking this to court. This will be a detriment to me if I touch it.
I wanted to, because I simply had no case. Now that the lawsuit has been over for a couple of months, and I no longer have a vested interest in being correct, it has allowed me to finally accept that in this instance, Billy wasn't lying and his lawsuit against me was not unjustified. I defamed Billy.
Okay, so now he actually admits it. He sits here after months of denial and says, yep, I defamed Billy Mitchell. He finally admits it. He admitted it. Can we get a small clap, chat? Clap for Billy, not for Billy. Well, clap for Billy if you want, but clap for Carl Jobs. He defamed Billy. He admitted it. Yay, he admitted it. Good for you. Good for you, Carl.
Were unacceptable, and that's why he won. Now, to be clear, this doesn't mean that Billy didn't also lie a lot, even in court, and it doesn't mean I actually caused him hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage.
Okay. So, now he's saying, Yeah, I defamed him. But I don't think I'm the reason why he lost money. If he lost money. He's basically saying he shouldn't be held at fault. Even if he admits even if he agrees that he actually defamed Billy Mitchell, he's not gonna say, oh, he's gonna come out and basically say, well, yeah, I defamed him, but he didn't suffer for it. That's what this man is saying right now, chat.
Like the judge asserted. And it doesn't mean I didn't also have a valid defense that I could have possibly won on. But just in principle, I was at fault. My actions were wrong, and to be quite honest, after the dust has settled, I now personally believe I should have lost the lawsuit. However, I still think the damages awarded were far, far too high. Hopefully
everybody thinks the damages are far too high for every court case whenever somebody loses, obviously.
This result can have a positive impact on the broader community by forcing people to think twice about making claims about things they aren't privy to. Or
oh yeah. Now he's gonna say, excuse me. Now he's gonna say, guys, take me as an example. Okay? Look at me. I got sued and I lost. Don't do what I did. All right? Don't defame Billy. It's not worth it. He won. Motherfucker won. His hot sauce was just too good. It is actually pretty good hot sauce, by the way. I think you can use code Carl Lost to get a certain amount of money off of buying that sauce. But it's just
or have very good evidence for. I can certainly tell you that for me personally, though it was a very expensive and tough lesson to learn, my channel and my investigative work...
Wait a minute. Okay, I didn't actually watch. I listened to this while I was at work. Why is a completionist on here? What the fuck?
After I got sued, and in the long run, it would have been a very worthwhile experience for me to have gone through. In saying that, I have allowed my feelings towards Billy negatively affect my judgment at every step of the way. I think Billy is a terrible person. I think he sues innocent people. I think he is a cheater and a compulsive liar. But that does not mean I can say and do whatever I want in response. Two wrongs don't make a right. Billy can lie all he wants, but I shouldn't let his actions affect my own moral compass. And once I realized I was wrong back in 2021, my retraction should have been far better. Again, at the time, I was in denial and I didn't want to believe my mistake was that severe, so I felt as though making a retraction at all was sufficient, and I really did want the video with the retraction in it to get a lot of views. But it really should have been its own video, and not placed at the end of a separate video. I don't think all retractions need to be in a separate video, but considering the severity of my mistake, which I now acknowledge, in hindsight, it really should have been its own video. Even the retraction...
I'm glad that he admits that, because if you guys don't remember, his retraction excuse me, his retraction was at the end of like a 30-minute video about Dark Souls, I think. Something that you would never see unless you watch to the end. It's something I actually brought up when I was talking about this, I think, a while ago. When you make a video, it is proven fact that after the first 30 seconds, you will lose most people. For the most part. It depends on the video, honestly. And the longer the video goes on, the less people watch it to the end. I actually didn't know that. I personally thought that most people watch videos to the end. I'm an anomaly, I guess, where I watch everything to the end. But a lot of people, I guess, don't. Which, I guess is a little surprising to me, but it's whatever. But that's the problem. Is he puts the video or the apology at the end of a video when next to nobody's going to be watching in the first place. That's why it's such a problem, is that nobody saw it.
action itself wasn't very good either. I only apologized for making a factual error about the details of the settlement, and I just denied there were any further more serious implications. And I also took the opportunity to continue to criticize Billy while I was at it. In Billy's response video, he said that I was accusing him of murder, which is of course hyperbolic and ridiculous. So that also made me less inclined to make a proper retraction, which again is wrong. Billy is always going to say stupid shit. It shouldn't affect my own actions. I made a mistake, I wronged Billy, so I should have owned up to it completely and with integrity. I also completely mishandled the way I communicated to the public in regards to the lawsuit. Obviously, I was intentionally choosing not to disclose what the lawsuit was about. I even said this multiple times, so it wasn't exactly a secret. Normally, I'd give you a full breakdown of this kind of thing, but because this one involves me, I'm going to keep my cards a lot closer to my chest. What I will tell you is that I am being sued for defamation, and the amount of damages being sought is $450,000.
So technically he did say that. That is correct. That is correct. I think some people just misunderstood, possibly.
I will definitely be giving you updates as we go, but I don't want to give out too many details or strategies before I use them in court. Billy Mitchell is referring to the YouTuber Apollo Legend, who tragically took his own life in December of 2020. I won't go into specifics about this particular point because it does relate to his ongoing lawsuit against me. I didn't want to talk about it because what I said was wrong, and I was afraid to repeat it. However, if I didn't want to make it clear to everyone exactly what the lawsuit was about, I shouldn't have turned it into this giant public spectacle. The truth is, I did want as many people to know about the lawsuit as possible because I legitimately thought I had a good chance of winning. I was not willing to concede on any issues whatsoever or entertain the opposite viewpoint. To put it bluntly, I was deluded. It's very easy to see this now, after the fact. However, it would be very difficult for many people to understand what it is like to be a defendant in a lawsuit, let alone one that was this complex. Again, just because I made a mistake in what I said originally, that doesn't mean Billy automatically wins. Defamation cases aren't that simple. I don't blame myself for fighting as hard as I did or believing that I would win, because I think that is a pretty natural tendency for most people to have in my position. But I had way too much hubris. I took a huge gamble and...
You don't say. He's scrolling through all of his videos right now. Scrolling through all of the videos about it. You should probably be transparent about what the lawsuit is about. I would agree with that, yeah. If you're going to say I'm getting sued, you should maybe put the court filing in there. I don't know, Chad, what do you think? Should you put the court filing in there if you're getting sued? Just say, here's the court filing for you to read? I feel like that's kind of important, you know?
It backfired. Now, I look like an idiot. The situation was pretty crazy though, and is definitely not something you can prepare for psychologically or emotionally until it happens. The entire lawsuit was extremely stressful, and I was trying to deal with it in the bravest way possible. Even though I thought I would win, that didn't make the ordeal any less stressful or tormenting, because you never know for sure what's going to happen. I never personally lied about what the lawsuit was about, but I was obviously negligent in some way, given how many people had the wrong impression. My most egregious error was showing news articles about the lawsuit and a news clip which were incorrect.
Okay. So this is a pretty big blunder in my personal opinion. He ends up... So, while he doesn't talk about the lawsuit, he does show news articles that get it wrong, by the way. So you should ask yourself why you even showed these if they are wrong. Like, if they're wrong, you should just come out and say, by the way, these are wrong, or not share them at all.
Reporting on the lawsuit. I thought it made for good content, and it was interesting to see what the news was saying, so that's why I wanted to show it. But I either shouldn't have shown what the news was saying at all, or I should have specifically clarified that it was...
You shouldn't have shown them at all.
Incorrect if I did. And to be clear, I did not search out incorrect reporting to intentionally mislead people. Clearly, showing a clip and not correcting it is misleading, and I fully appreciate how wrong that is now, but at the time...
Took this man losing a gigantic lawsuit for him to recognize that, by the way.
There was simply no correct reporting on the lawsuit whatsoever. Everyone was reporting on it wrong. I wanted to show what the news was saying, but every single news article or post about it was wrong. I wasn't trying to do something nefarious, it was just stupid and thoughtless, and I didn't give my audience enough consideration or respect to make sure they weren't confused. And for that, I am deeply sorry. Now, let's talk about money. The total amount of damages plus interest in the judgment of the lawsuit was $390,000. In this video, I'm going to be using Australian dollars, but whenever I mention a figure, I will also place the amount in US dollars in the top right of the screen to make things easier for those in the US.
That's very nice of him.
Isn't all that I would need to pay, however. In Australian courts, in almost all circumstances, the loser must pay the winner a percentage of their legal fees. Finding out exactly how much I would have needed to pay could have also been a lengthy and expensive process, which would have involved even more court hearings and more legal fees. So to make things easy, my lawyers reached out to Billy's lawyers to confirm how much they spent and how much they would be willing to accept. According to Billy's lawyers, he incurred costs of $686,000, and he would agree to a payment of $600,000 without the need for any further hearings. And I accepted this proposal, which meant that my total debt to Billy was $990,000. However, I do not have
just over 645,000 USD.
$990,000. In fact, I have no money. My total legal fees were around the same as Billy's, and while the public and especially Notch were very generous to me, I still had to spend at least $150,000 of my own money to cover them, and despite what Billy seems to believe, I am not rich. Therefore, because I could not cover the judgment debt, I filed for voluntary bankruptcy on the 9th of May. The entity that administers the bankruptcy is called the trustee, and it's the job of the trustee to take possession of any assets or property they are legally allowed to possess and realize their value, which simply means they take what they are allowed to take and they sell it for money, which they can then give to creditors, with creditors being the people you owe money to. As part of the bankruptcy process, the trustee conducted a thorough investigation of my financial position. I had to give them all of my bank statements and company records going back over 4 years, which was well before I was even sued. The purpose of this investigation was to uncover any assets that they can possess and ensure that I haven't done anything dodgy. For example, to make sure I didn't secretly sell or give some property to a family member to hide it, or something similar. If I did do that, they'd be able to reverse that transaction, and if I lied about it to try and hide it, that would be committing a crime. On the 6th of June, the trustee issued a full report to my
I'm pretty sure that's fraud, actually.
creditors, including Billy, outlining their findings and outlining how they have conducted the bankruptcy so far. So in this part of the video, I will be including screenshots directly from their report to confirm the legitimacy of what I'm saying. My bankruptcy was a relatively simple one. Firstly, I don't have any cash. I was asked to provide statements for all of my bank accounts, which I did, but the trustee even did their own independent search with all major...
So I'm gonna just read this off, chat. This man has $1,800 in the bank. I'm not gonna make fun of how much money this man had because, you know, I don't have that much in the bank. I have a lot more in the bank, in savings. But just putting it out there, this man has $1,800 in the bank. Probably spent a lot of that on his court costs.
banks, and the small amount of cash I do have, I was allowed to keep for living expenses. And before I go on, some of you may be wondering how spouses are treated in bankruptcy. And in Australia, a spouse is not liable in any way, and anything my wife owns cannot be touched unless it is jointly owned between the two of us. Along with my wife, I own 2 properties. In 2015, we purchased a small townhouse valued at $350,000, and then after we started a family, we upgraded to a larger family home valued at $1.2 million. Of course, this doesn't mean we paid that amount of money to own these properties. For our townhouse, we put down a $60,000 deposit and the rest was covered by a mortgage. By 2022, the value of the townhouse had gone up slightly, and thus we were able to remortgage the property and withdraw the extra equity to put a deposit down on our new house. And it was a 10% deposit. So while the house was worth $1.2 million, we only needed to raise just over $100,000 to buy it. As part of the bankruptcy investigation, a valuation was conducted on our properties. At the time I filed for bankruptcy, my townhouse had increased in value to $635,000 and my current house had risen in value to $1.35 million. The total value of the 2 properties being almost $2 million. However, the total amount of the mortgages equals $1.4 million. Therefore, the actual equity that we own in both properties is just under $600,000. In the event that someone goes bankrupt and they jointly own a property, the trustee will first allow the co-owner who is not bankrupt to purchase the bankrupt share. If you go to the Australian government website, it states, where the co-owner is not bankrupt and the realization of the property will provide a return to the estate, the co-owner is to be invited in the first instance to make an offer to purchase the trustee's right, title, and interest. And the key wording here is in the first instance, which means before anything else.
So yeah, so his wife bought his share of the house, basically. I don't know where she got the money from that, because he says he doesn't have any money. I'm going to assume that she had a lot more money behind the scenes. I guess, I don't know, that's a question I would ask, is like, if he had no money, I'm going to assume that she saved money, which, you know, that's fair. I'd say that's fair in a couple, sometimes maybe, what are we listening to? Carl Jobs' reply to everything, his last video, quote unquote, on the Billy Mitchell stuff. Which, we'll see if that is actually the case.
Which is exactly what happened. As per the trustee's report, it states, on appointment, Miss Wong put forward a without prejudice offer to purchase the trustee's interest in the properties, whereby inter alia, Miss...
By the way, I think this means that she doesn't have his last name.
Wong would pay the bankrupt estate an amount totaling $224,000. Based on the following, we accepted Miss Wong's offer. On the information at hand, Miss Wong had credible and likely perspective of establishing at least a 50% interest in the properties, and Miss Wong's offer was made from externally sourced funding, which the trustees held no claim or vested interest in. The offer was quite a bit less than the real value of my equity, because for the trustee to sell the properties on the open market, it would cost a lot of money, and those costs come out of the money they would have received from the realization of the property. This isn't paid for by the bankrupt themselves. They would first have to get a court order to sell it, pay for an agent, pay for marketing, and many other costs. And they took all of this into consideration and accepted the offer. On 29 May 2025, Miss Wong and the trustees executed a deed of settlement and release. There will be no further recoveries from this source. And the report confirms they did receive this money. So as of right now, my wife owns both properties and they can no longer be touched.
So yeah, so his wife owns the house now. Previously, they were joint owners. Now his wife owns the house, which is kind of funny. Again, don't know where she got that money. My assumption is probably like some personal shit. But that is an important thing to know. Is she owns the house. Which means that he better schmooze up to her real nice.
Which is of course fantastic news. If my wife couldn't source the funds to buy out my share, the trustee would have forced us to sell the properties, which would have been terrible. This idea of the joint owner being allowed to buy out the bankrupt share is basic Australian bankruptcy law. But let's take a look at how this was presented on Reddit and YouTube. In my Discord, I was explaining that my wife will buy out my properties, and I had a very open conversation about it to a few people, and I thought nothing of it at the time. But the next thing I know, my comments about my wife buying out my property were posted to Reddit, saying that I was boasting about moving assets to my wife before declaring bankruptcy to avoid paying creditors, which of course is not what I said at all. And the comments were all claiming that I was bragging about committing fraud and that I'm a criminal. I'm surprised to learn how many Australian bankruptcy lawyers there are on r/YouTube drama. To be clear, the moment I went bankrupt, the trustee took possession of my share of the properties. My wife bought out my shares of the properties from the trustee. The money the trustee receives is then given to the people that I owe money to. On YouTube, things weren't any better. LUS is a channel that claims to be a lawyer, and just like Reddit, he was calling...
He's going to come back to LUS, but I do remember seeing that LUS did a lot of videos on Carl Jobst. Some of them I think got taken down. And I kind of understand based off of some of the stuff he's saying, but we'll get into that.
...calling me a criminal because he doesn't understand basic Australian bankruptcy law.
Carl Jobst, on the other hand, we are going to talk. I saved the best statement for last. Because in my opinion, if this is real, if he was sued, he lost, then he had his wife buy his equity in a home so he doesn't pay Billy Mitchell, and he's admitting so on Discord, we are crossing the line of criminal right now. We need to send these to the bankruptcy court. We need to send this video to the bank.
Don't do that, chat. Don't do that. That fucks up the legal process. And I don't do that. Don't do that.
Bankruptcy court. I need to get in touch with the bankruptcy court and let them know what's going on. Because if this is real and this is not sarcasm, there are many things like Carl said that he could end up in jail. Forget owing a bunch of money. What Carl was doing, trying to hide assets, is actually criminal.
And he and his followers actually did report me to the Australian government. I know this because the bankruptcy trustee told me. But of course, nothing happened because I didn't do anything wrong, and everything that I explained can be found in 2 seconds on the Australian government website. I would like to give these people the benefit of the doubt though, and I don't think they were all acting in bad faith. When I covered the completionist, I also recommended that people should report the charity to the relevant authorities. So I don't blame anyone.
Which again, you shouldn't do, by the way, because that's not your job. It is the government's job to do that, not yours.
For that, and it would be extremely hypocritical for me to chastise someone for reporting what they believe to be a crime. But of course, it does upset me to see so many people believe misinformation, whether intentional or not, and to then use that misinformation to form such a terrible opinion of me. At least when I made my videos on the completionist, they weren't just based on a few Discord messages. In my completionist videos, I contacted the charity to get further confirmation. I checked all of the tax documents. I even reached out proactively to some ordinary gamers to work with him to make sure that I wouldn't make any errors that I might have made if I did everything myself. myself. The idea of just looking at a Discord message and thinking that says anything about reality is pretty ridiculous, and it's kind of shocking that people actually take these things seriously. The only other asset that the trustee took possession of is my share of the company that runs this YouTube channel. Most YouTubers of my size will create a company for their YouTube channel, so the money earned by this channel doesn't go to me directly. It goes to the company. So this answers the question of whether or not the money earned by this channel goes to Billy. No, it doesn't. Billy did not sue the company, nor does he have any ownership or interest in it. Billy can only take money from me as an individual, and only if I earn over a certain amount, which I will explain in a moment. The company was jointly owned by me and my wife, and as with my properties, with my wife being the co-owner, she was invited by the trustee to purchase my share. On the 24th of June, my wife made an offer to purchase my share for $2,000, and on the 6th of August, the trustee accepted her offer. So as of right now, my wife has total ownership of the company that owns this channel.
This man now lost his YouTube channel, lost his house, his wife owns his YouTube channel, and now his house. I hope she loves him. And I hope he hopes she loves him. Because, oh man, that's gotta suck.
So neither Billy nor the trustee has any claim over it or its earnings. And you might be wondering why she could buy my share so cheaply. It's because owning a share in a company doesn't really mean much if the company isn't making a profit. In order for a share to have any value to an owner, the company needs to make a profit so that it can pay a dividend. In the case of the company that runs this channel, it won't be making a profit for the foreseeable future. This is because all earnings will be redistributed through wages and expenses. Therefore, buying the share would be a complete waste of money to any potential buyer, as the owner would see zero returns. The company has 2 employees, me and my wife. It's been that way since the company's inception in 2020. And for that entire time, we have both received an equal wage. Instead of me just telling you what my wage was, I will read from the official report by the trustee, who again...
He better not make his wife mad. Dude, his wife better be getting breakfast every morning from him.
A full investigation of my financial position over the past several years. The bankrupt has disclosed his interest in 1 ordinary share in Carl Jobs Gaming Proprietary Limited. Records filed with ASIC verify the bankrupt holds 50% of the company's shares on issue. The bankrupt is a former director of the company and is employed by it. The company operates, inter alia, the YouTube channel Carl Jobs, established on the bankrupt's personal image. As noted in section 4.7 above, the bankrupt has disclosed a reduction of income from $150,000 to $80,000 on his bankrupt form and advised this is attributable to the reduced cash flow of the company. Based on historical records, we initially deemed the bankrupt's estimated income pursuant to Section 139Y of the Act to be $150,000, and as such may be liable for income contributions totaling $14,000 for the first year of his bankruptcy. The bankrupt has disputed this, and we are further assessing the information provided. Here, the trustee looked at the last several years of personal income from the company and assessed my predicted income to be $150,000 per year. This is important because in Australian bankruptcy, for every dollar you earn over $120,000 per year, at least in my case because I have one dependent, 50 cents will go to the trustee to be given to creditors. So they can't touch any of my earnings up to approximately $120,000, and then beyond that, 50% would need to go to the trustee. This $150,000 per year salary was...
So what he's basically saying here... And I don't know how true this is. I guess I would need to ask to actually talk to an Australian about this. But what he is claiming here is because he doesn't make enough money, he's never going to pay the creditors. Which I don't know how true that is. That is insane if true. If true, this man will never pay from his job, which is YouTube, to Billy Mitchell. That is insane.
Was based on previous years. However, as we all know, since the verdict, my channel has seen a large reduction in views. It seems at this moment I'm receiving about half the views I was before. Of course, I hope this improves and I will work hard to rebuild my channel, but that's where it stands as of right now. At these views, the company is not earning enough to pay 2 salaries of $150,000 plus expenses, so our salaries will be reduced. Certainly, they will be reduced to a level below the threshold where I would need to begin paying the trustee any money. In a nutshell, all of the money that this channel earns will go to company expenses and wages for my wife and I. None of the money this channel earns will go to the trustee or Billy. Australian bankruptcy lasts for 3 years. After 3 years, all of my debts are discharged, which basically means they are permanently erased. And yes, this includes my debt to Billy, as civil judgments and court orders are considered provable debts and are discharged through bankruptcy.
So, according to him, yes, this is insane to listen to. In 3 years, this man won't owe Billy anything. In 3 years, Billy Mitchell won't get paid at all. Because that gets discharged according to this. I would have to ask. I would have to ask anybody that's Australian how true this is. But he's basically saying he's gonna not have to pay Billy anything.
Bankruptcy. Aside from my properties and my share in the company, I don't have any other recoverable assets. I own a car, but it's only worth $20,000 and is jointly owned with my wife, so I'm allowed to keep it. Realistically, unless something drastically changes, the only money the trustees will get from me will be from my wife buying my properties, which again was $224,000. So out of that money, how much will Billy get? Well, first, we need to consider trustee remuneration, which is how much money the trustee pays themselves. Administering a bankruptcy is very expensive, and the estimated cost for my trustee to perform all of their duties is $50,000. This $50,000 is not paid for by me. It comes out of the money they collect. So from that $224,000, $50,000 will be paid to the trustee. After this, we have to consider the fact that Billy is not the only person I owe money to. I had credit card debts and tax debt. These were normal debts that most people have, and they were debts that I was planning to pay at some point. But because Billy forced me into bankruptcy, all of my personal debts also fell into the bankruptcy, and they also became creditors. And these other creditors will take some of the money that the trustee receives as well.
Okay, let's see here. Holy shit, he has $50,000 in tax debt. That's a lot. This man not, like, pay his YouTube tax? Jeez. So, he owes $50,000 in tax debt. He owes his lawyers another $15,000. He owns American Express $12,000. And then he owes another bank $10,000. Damn. That's
I don't know the exact figure, but I would guess that Billy will receive somewhere around $150,000. And given that Billy incurred legal fees of $686,000, it means that despite winning, Billy still lost over $500,000. Now, I don't know if Billy personally...
So that's the big kicker. That's the big kicker. Because Carl is so poor. He's not poor. He's still giving $200,000 AUS. But because Carl does not have any money, and he can't pay, and his debt will be allegedly discharged in 3 years, Billy Mitchell will lose $500,000 on this lawsuit. Again, if this is true, that is fucking insane. I legitimately can't believe, if true, I can't believe it, honestly. Oh, excuse me.
Cares about losing that money, but in my opinion this is valuable information for the public to know. Lawsuits are not a money-making exercise. In almost every case, unless you're suing a huge company or suing someone you know is very rich, the only people who make money are the lawyers. When Billy sued me back in 2021, my net worth was less than $100,000, and he sued me for $450,000. In Australia, you simply cannot get more than what someone has in a civil lawsuit. There was never ever any potential universe that ever could have existed where Billy didn't to lose a lot of money. The outcome that eventuated was basically his best case scenario, and it was still very costly. With all of this said, I want to make it extremely clear that this outcome is not the result of me gaming the system. I did not want to go bankrupt, and I did what I could to avoid it. Before going bankrupt, I made an offer to Billy. I told him exactly what I owned, including the 2 properties and my share in the company. I told him what they were worth. I advised Billy that I could not pay the judgment, and thus I would be declaring bankruptcy. However, I first gave Billy the option to accept an immediate cash payment of $300,000 in order to release me from the judgment. Of course, that money wasn't coming from me. This was sourced from family members.
So he was... These are court documents, I'm assuming, that you can look up. He is alleging that he offered to pay Billy $300,000 to release him from the lawsuit. And he told Billy, I don't got any money, man. I can give you this much. That's all I got. That's it. Isn't Billy from money? Carl's going to talk about that. And it's what he decides to do is kind of dangerous in my personal opinion. because I feel like it tiptoes the lines of getting sued again. But he's going to talk about that. Throwing away money for the sake of it at this point, TBH? Yes.
This was a very generous offer. If Billy accepted this offer, he would have received double the amount of money he will receive now through the bankruptcy process, and on top of that, because I would be avoiding bankruptcy, all of my personal debts would still need to have been paid, which total over $100,000. However, Billy chose not to accept this offer. So instead of me paying Billy $300,000 and retaining all of my personal debts of over $100,000, I was forced into bankruptcy, where my wife bought my share of the properties for $224,000, of which Billy only gets $150,000, and all of my other personal debts are completely discharged in 3 years, along with my entire debt to Billy. Effectively, Billy rejecting my offer cost him $150,000 and saved my family $200,000, which just shows how good faith and generous my offer really was. On the topic of generous offers,
I don't really care. I hate it when he said, "Oh, I'm being good faith and generous." I think you're going a little too far there, Carl. I think you should stop while you're ahead. All right, stop while you're ahead. But yes, he essentially he didn't game the system, but he gamed the system, essentially. I can see Billy writing this off as a victory for his ego. Oh, I think he already did on Twitter. On Twitter, he already said, "Oh my gosh, who admits that they have no money?" Again, let's continue, though.
I was the only party to ever make a formal settlement offer during the lawsuit. On the 23rd of May 2022, I offered to settle the lawsuit with the following terms. I pay Billy $3,000, I never repeat the statements he has a problem with, and we both walk away. Now, you might look at this offer and think that $3,000 is not a lot of money.
Because it is not.
But again, considering that Billy's best case scenario, if he kept suing me, was to lose $500,000, this offer was extremely generous.
I don't think it's generous.
And if the lawsuit wasn't about money, what was it about?
Femboy raid? Oh my goodness. Hello. Am I getting raided right now? Hello, everybody. Welcome. We're laughing at Carl Jobst right now. You guys are welcome to jump in if you'd like. We're laughing at Carl Jobst. Right now, Carl is saying that his debt is basically going to be wiped away in 3 years. And he's not going to have to touch his debt anymore, which is hilarious. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Like the stream, chat, by the way. Like the stream. I deeply appreciate it.
When Billy sued me, I had already removed that section of the video months prior. I had already made a retraction. If Billy wanted a better retraction or a better apology, he could have made his own settlement offer requesting it. I am certain that I would have gladly made a separate video with a better retraction and apology to prevent further litigation. But Billy never asked. The only thing Billy ever asked for was money, a thing that he was never, ever going to get.
What did Pyro do? Scroll back earlier in the video, about an hour in. Basically, a 300-page Google Doc came out alleging that Pyro did a whole bunch of shit. I rage quit because the Google Doc sucked. But here's what I will say: based off of my limited knowledge of the law, if what people are saying about the consent laws are true, then Pyro did actually do wrong, in my personal opinion. It's not about the money, Batman. It's about sending a message. Yes.
And now it does appear as though Billy is very unhappy with how things turned out. Initially, he seemed excited that I went bankrupt. He even went out of his way to let the public know that it happened. This surprised me. I assumed Billy would want to keep this a secret for as long as possible, because by its definition, the fact that I went bankrupt confirms I don't have the money to pay him. And I was under the impression he would want the world to continue to believe he had just made a ton of money. Billy even tweeted a picture of himself in front of a vacationer motorhome, claiming that the equity from my house will pay for it. He looks so happy here.
Okay, I want to bring this up just to show.
New vacationer costs $250,000.
Holy
USD.
shit, why the fuck are those things so expensive? Rename the stream. All right, hold on. There we go. Why is this so expensive for a motorhome? What the fuck? RVs are considered a house on wheels. Yeah, but it is never, ever, no.
That is around 2.5 times the amount of money he is getting from me. At least my equity will be able to cover the deposit. That's something, I guess. Personally, I don't think spending $700,000 suing me just to get $150,000 back was a smart way to get enough money to buy a new motorhome. But I truly hope Billy buys it, and I'm looking forward to seeing him drive it soon. I don't know if Billy tweeted this because he wants to fool.
He is trying to poke at Billy there. Oh, it's so hilarious. It's really funny. He is trying to say, you ain't getting any money, loser.
The public into believing he didn't just lose $500,000, or if he genuinely believed he was going to get his money back. But I'm inclined to think it might actually be the second, because a few days later, Billy tweeted this. This tweet is fascinating for multiple reasons, and despite being only 2 sentences long, it tells us so much about how ignorant Billy is.
Thank you for the follow.
Clearly, Billy is upset with how things are going. So upset that he wants to go crying back to the court. This tells me that Billy really does care about the money he thought he was going to get, though I'm not sure why he is so upset now. Things are going exactly as we told him things would go over 2 months ago when we told him I would be going bankrupt. Maybe Billy's lawyer didn't properly inform him of what bankruptcy means. Billy claims I've engaged in serious illegal activity before and during the bankruptcy process, and I'm very curious to know what he is referring to. Remember, people on Reddit and YouTube are claiming I was a criminal because my wife purchased my share of the house. So maybe Billy has been believing too many Reddit comments or watching too many LUS videos.
You know, maybe Billy and Mutahar can connect on that idea, because Mutahar listens to Reddit quite a lot too.
In any case, it's evident from this tweet that Billy still hasn't even bothered to learn what bankruptcy entails, because the notion that he could take me back to court is a hilarious one. One of the main benefits of going bankrupt is that it protects you against further legal action from creditors. Billy cannot take me back to court, no matter how much he wants to, at least in relation to the current debt. He can sue me for something completely unrelated, but when it comes to any money I currently owe him, he can't do anything. There are certain situations where a creditor can sue a bankrupt person, but none of those apply here. Again, I don't know if Billy is just ignorant himself, or if he is just relying on the public being ignorant to buy into his antics. However, just to be sure, I emailed the trustee to confirm if I had done anything illegal. They responded confirming they have no idea what Billy is talking about, though they did—
Now, these could be forged emails, obviously, but it is really funny. This is really funny. He called them and said, hey, I was told I was breaking the law. Am I breaking the law? And they're like, no, I don't think you are, but we'll follow up just to be sure.
Contact Billy's lawyer to ask what he was referring to, because, as they say, they have a legal duty to investigate all alleged misconduct. Billy was apparently very upset by this, because several days later, he tweeted a cartoon depiction of himself hanging me to death from a tree. Apparently, I was complaining about his tweet. Aside from the fact I wasn't even complaining, I was merely double-checking if the trustee had any idea what Billy was rambling on about. I don't understand why Billy would be upset with the trustee wanting to investigate this supposed illegal activity. You would think Billy would be happy the trustee was reaching out so that Billy could inform them of all of the ways I was engaging in serious illegal activity. One possible reason that Billy was so enraged is because he knows that every time the trustee has to investigate some bogus report of illegal activity, they charge it to the bankrupt estate, which means Billy ends up getting less money. And they charge a lot. They already spent over $20,000 investigating my affairs for the first time. Does Billy want—
Did I miss the Pyro stuff? If so, was it nothing? It was basically just a rehash from previous time, although we basically decided that Pyro was in the wrong. It also has a lot of other— Here's the problem with that doc. It was it was formatted so horribly I couldn't read it. It just like made me lose my mind. Which maybe that's an indictment of me, I don't know. But scroll back if you want to listen to it. Basically wasn't much more than just, it's a bad Google Doc, but Pyrocynical also sucks.
Want to spend another $20,000 doing it again? In any case, consider this. Billy won the lawsuit. He won, I lost. Since the verdict, there has been a huge smear campaign launched against me, with many people, including Billy, trying to do as much damage to my brand as possible, and it's been very effective. I even had to go bankrupt. But that's still not good enough for Billy. Despite all of this, he is still fantasizing about my death. This isn't the first time Billy has jerked off to the idea of a YouTuber's death either. Back in 2018, he had heard from his wife that Apollo legend—
So this is where things get kind of dangerous for Carl. No idea if Billy's going to resue him for these comments, but this is extremely crazy for him to decide to say.
Had died. This was shortly after Apollo made his video exposing Billy's cheating, and Billy was overjoyed. So much so that he messaged his friends, saying that he would try his hardest not to smile or giggle, and even going further, saying that he hoped it was true. This is one of the reasons we felt as though Billy shouldn't win the lawsuit, because it doesn't make sense that Billy could express so much joy over the thought of Apollo—
Yes. I can see Magma screaming in the comments, and it's, yeah, I was screaming when I heard this. I was like, you fucking retard.
Apollo's death, and to then have any ground to stand on when he actually died. During trial, Billy acted as if he was so remorseful and so regretful that he sent those messages.
If it's true, I will not shed a tear. I will try not to smile or giggle. No promises.
Correct, that's what it says.
And you maintain that that is you not believing he's actually dead.
I didn't believe he was dead for a second.
Why on earth would you say if it is true?
That was dark humor, and I regret it very much.
If it is true, the reference to if it is true is dark humor.
Yes, it's dark humor. I regret doing it. I guess I really regret doing it because it was true 3 years later.
Yeah.
I certainly didn't make a joke then.
Were you thinking about how his parents would feel if you were joking about his death back then?
No, because I didn't believe he had died.
Ah.
From an anonymous post on Reddit, I didn't believe it.
So you went and texted 2 people about it because you didn't believe it?
Correct. I just brought it to their attention.
But it wasn't true. Why would you bring it to their attention?
It was true that it was being spoken about on Reddit.
Where does that come out in the text messages? Can you just show me where
Sure,
in the text messages you say that?
On the next page.
Okay.
Go back to page 9.
I don't like how the live's like, ah, okay,
Oh, I
okay.
just said, no joke. When you go down further, it says, he says, I'm looking on Reddit. I said, the only place I remember she mentioned was reddit.com, which is a red flag for something not being true.
Does it say that?
If it said ABC News, I would have had a different attitude.
Oh, okay. Rightio.
But
I'm late. What did I miss? We skipped over the Pyro stuff because it was boring, and now we're going over the Carl thing. Is Carl getting sued again? I don't know, but as far as I know, Billy hasn't said anything. People can follow up and see if Billy has, but as far as I know, probably not.
I shouldn't have made it comment anyway. It was dark humor and very inappropriately placed.
So then when he starts looking online for other verifications of the death, if you turn then to page 10, you say, I certainly hope you find something solid. Meaning, I hope that you find something on ABC, for example, confirming that he was actually dead.
No.
That's not what you mean by that.
No.
That's your evidence.
Should I read the whole text, or would you like to read it?
Then you say, oops.
Yeah.
Was I not supposed to say that?
Correct. Dark humor that I regret tremendously to this day.
Okay.
So those texts are, according to Billy Mitchell, dark humor.
And then you say
I mean,
that you're
oops,
going
that's an indication. Oops. And I regret it. I don't know what to say. I regret it. I sincerely regret it. Especially because it became true 3 years later.
This entire act was all bullshit, however, because as soon as our trial ended, Billy went right back to his favorite pastime of masturbating to the thought of dead YouTubers who have made videos critical of him. Clearly, Apollo Legend's death didn't quite satisfy Billy's sick fetish, and it even appears as though Billy has upgraded, because now...
I would not have done this. I would not have done this. Carl is being extraordinarily retarded for doing this. And I don't know why he's doing it. I legitimately don't know why he would do this. This is extremely stupid. Carl is inviting another lawsuit on himself, and I will be surprised if he does not get sued.
It wouldn't be enough for me to just kill myself like Apollo Legend. In Billy's depraved fantasy, he gets to be the one who holds the rope. Billy has got to be one of the dumbest people alive. When Billy sued me, I had basically nothing. My net worth was essentially zero. I had a tiny amount of equity in my townhouse, but I was also in debt and I had just started a family. Billy spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars suing someone who had no money and who had to crowdfund their defense. He rejected my attempts to settle. He made no attempt to settle or negotiate himself whatsoever. He rejected my offer to avoid bankruptcy, and now he is upset he lost all of his money. What a moron. And I think I know why Billy is especially upset. And it's because the truth is that Billy Mitchell is not a rich man. As part of my...
Okay, so this is a part where because like here, up to this point, I was like, okay, probably shouldn't say that. Probably shouldn't say that. Oh dear sweet baby Jesus, why are you saying that? And then when he got to this, I was just like, is he going to say that Billy Mitchell has no money and that Billy Mitchell is poor and that he only sued him just to get... That's the point. I like at this point I was like, oh fuck, this man really does want to get sued again.
my due diligence, I conducted a search of all of Billy's assets, just like Billy should have done before he sued me. This is so I knew what he owned in the event I won the lawsuit and he owed me money. And what I found interesting is that when I conducted a search on Billy's house, I found out that it wasn't in his name. It was completely in the name of his wife. Naturally, the first thought I had was that maybe Billy had moved this asset out of his name in preparation for losing the lawsuit. So I found the property deed of transfer, which showed in the year 2000 the property had been transferred.
He has nothing to lose? I don't care. I wouldn't do this. This is retarded. This man is playing with fire, and that fire's name is Billy Mitchell. I wouldn't do this. Just saying, me personally.
Solely into Billy's wife's name from a third party when she bought it. Except it wasn't bought by Billy's wife. Or at least, she wasn't his wife at the time. She didn't carry Billy's name, and the deed said she was a single woman. This didn't make sense to me, because Billy claims he has been married since 1996.
And you've been married for a long time. How many years have you been married?
Oh, since 96.
96. Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I've already had 2 divorces, and you know, that's marriage is a wonderful and difficult thing.
So now he's gonna go into the legitimacy of his marriage between him and his wife. Like, Carl, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, you've achieved something I haven't achieved. Look at that.
I'm gonna go grab my sushi. I need my sushi. All right, I'll be right. Well, I'm not gonna do chair react, so I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. What kind? It's a crunchy California roll. It's a crunchy roll.
All right. And Billy would tell stories about how he's been married since the 90s.
I won't lie to you. It was 1999. My son was a year and a half old, and my daughter was 2 years old, or 2.5 years old, rather. And I had the opportunity to go to Japan. And I was so paranoid as I approached my wife to tell her about this opportunity. But she married this guy who's going to run off and play video games in Japan?
None of this was adding up, and I wanted to know what was going on. So I searched through public records, and they show that Billy wasn't married to his wife in 1996. Instead, they were married in 2003. So if Billy was married in 2003, why would he lie and say that he was married in 96? Well, it's because when he started having children with his current wife, he was married to another woman. Billy first got married.
Dun dun dun! Billy is not loyal. Whoa. I didn't need to know that, though.
In 1990. Then in the mid...
This is just him smearing Billy at this point, by the way. We're 33 minutes in.
90s, he started a family with a woman who wasn't his wife. On the 13th of March 2003, Billy appeared in Season 4's 7th episode of the MTV series, True Life, I'm a Gamer. In that episode, it shows Billy with his supposed wife, Evelyn. The interesting thing about this is that Evelyn wasn't his wife, as Billy was still married to someone else. However, I guess Billy figured that if he was going to publicly lie about who he was married to, he may as well make it official. So a week after this episode aired, Billy filed for divorce. And when his divorce was finalized in late September of 2003, the very next week, he applied to marry his mistress of many years. So that's why Billy lies about his marriage, because the truth is that he had his children out of wedlock to a mistress, and that just doesn't sound quite as wholesome.
I've already had 2 divorces, and you know, that's marriage is a wonderful and difficult thing.
Well, you've achieved something I haven't achieved. Look at that.
All right. But what about Billy's hot sauce company? Wasn't that a
Plot source, he's Mormon. Very true. What's his plan? We'll get there. See, he had to outline problems with Billy's marriage. Now he's going to talk about the hot sauce company.
a booming success. After Billy supposedly achieved the first perfect Pac-Man in 1999, he went on a press tour where he gloated about being a hot sauce tycoon that was running a $5 million a year business. According to Billy, the hot sauce company was something he developed, and he still claims he invented the hot sauce to this very day. But this idea that Billy created the hot sauce or the company that sells it seems to be something he fabricated himself. Billy's hot sauce company was formed in 1988 by Billy's parents, and according to news articles at the time, the hot sauce was developed by Billy's mother, Barbara, and this was always the case up until 1999 when Billy decided to start taking credit for his mother's work. According to company
Why is he going all through this random info? I don't know. I don't get it, man. I was thunderstruck when I heard a lot of this. I was like, what the fuck are you doing, Carl? Wants to maximize reputational damage. I guess. Because that's all he's doing. Is reputational damage. It's kind of funny. By the same token, it's also kind of gross.
filings, Billy didn't even take over running the company until 2003, and by this time the company hadn't done business in 3 years. So if the company was doing $5 million a year in 1999, why did operations suddenly cease just a year later? And I suppose an even more pressing question is that if Billy really was a successful hot sauce tycoon running a multi-million-dollar a year business and a devoted family man, why is it that in the year 2000 the mother of his children needed to take out a $100,000 mortgage solely in her name just to buy their family home, the home that Billy lives in? And money was apparently so tight that in 2001 she filed for bankruptcy. Meanwhile, at the very same time, Billy was out there trying to publicly brag about how rich he was by offering $100,000 to anyone who could get past the Pac-Man split screen. So either Billy did have $100,000 and decided it was more important to him to give it to a random person who could beat a video game rather than buy a house for his family, or maybe, just maybe, Billy is a con artist who lies about his success just like everything else. But anyway, back to Billy's wife's house. In late August of 2021, Billy and his wife mortgaged his wife's home. This timing is interesting because just a few weeks later, Billy would file his lawsuit against me. So it's rather curious that right before Billy knew he was about to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in a legal battle, he mortgaged his wife's house. This doesn't seem like the actions of a man with a lot of money. And when Billy was required to put up...
Yeah, so what he's trying to say here, chat, is Billy sued him for money, and that's it. Probably not that's it, but he's trying to say that Billy sued him because Billy needs money. That's what he's saying right now. I thought you were going to watch this with Eva. If Eva wants to come in, she can, but otherwise, it's okay. I'm just watching it now because the Pyro doc didn't pan out the way I wanted to.
Security during our lawsuit, guess where the money came from? Not from Billy, but from Billy's wife. Again, this doesn't seem like the actions of a man with a lot of money. This would explain why Billy is now so upset
Thank you for the
that
follow.
he's fantasizing about killing me. As the adage goes, a happy wife means a happy life. Given that Billy appears to have lost so much of his wife's money, I can't imagine the hell he is going through right now. But let's look on the bright side. At least now me and Billy have something in common. In fact, I would even consider us kindred spirits. Billy and I share a special bond. We both live in houses entirely owned by our wives. Recently, Billy put out a video
Yeah, he's again, this is like a mixture of insulting everything about Billy's character and also just saying, yeah, I lost. He's doing a decent job defaming or re-defaming. Magma, you can come in if you want to yell. It's so bad.
Titled, A Statement from Billy Mitchell, Carl Jobst. In the video, Billy discusses various things. Of course, it's full of lies as per usual, but he spends a good amount of time...
Temp DM'd me. That's why I didn't, immediately joined. What the actual fuck?
So what are the chances you think he gets re-sued by Billy?
Hi! Ugh.
I don't know. I thought he learned his lesson, you know? I think this is just a goof. It's just a temporary lapse in judgment.
At this point, I think he has a public humiliation fetish.
Maybe. Oh, goodness, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Can I see your screen so I don't have a slight delay?
Yeah, hold on.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Billy has to double down or he'll get egoed into the ground again. What did I see in this guy? I used to like his videos. I'm gonna be honest. I still think that Billy Mitchell. I don't think Billy Mitchell's on the same level of suck, but I don't like Billy Mitchell that much either.
His speedrun videos, expose videos on cheaters are pretty good. They were good.
I have to wonder. Yeah.
Yeah. If you guys want to watch videos like that, I do recommend the channel Abyssalsoft because he outlined pretty good scandals about cheating.
Yeah. Billy loves to sue people. Yes, he does. At what point at a point it gets criminal? Let's continue. Let's see if it gets worse. We got an hour and 20 minutes left.
Discussing my GoFundMe, and what he says in the video is very interesting. It's incredibly dishonest, but I'm actually glad he came out with this video because it gives me the perfect opportunity to let the public know details that have never been made public before.
By the time Mr. Jobs had lost his financial backing from Notch, Notch's money was exhausted, he had failed to dismiss the case, he needed money, and he needed money now. But he knew his viewers may not open wallets if he was transparent about the true subject of the lawsuit. Here's what he does. On November 4th, 2022, he reaches back 6 months to May of 2022, pulls out an old legal correspondent that never received follow-up, and he creates a GoFundMe campaign on the premise that he urgently needs financial support for a potential second lawsuit. Carl, I do not accept the fact that you generally woke up 6 months after the last correspondence and also after your financial support ran out from Notch, and you suddenly felt a need to crowdfund for a potential second lawsuit. You obviously knew the second lawsuit was not coming, or at the very least, you were unsure if it ever was.
Billy seems to be claiming that I knew Billy was never going to file any further lawsuits after his original complaint, and that it was all just a scheme to raise money under false pretenses. The way Billy talks about things always seems to make sense upon first glance. That's what makes Billy such a great con artist. If you have no context or any knowledge on the topic...
Add con artist to the allegations that Carl has decided to add on to Billy.
He is discussing, it's easy to believe what he says. But when you break the things he says down piece by piece and examine them in greater detail, you will always find that he is completely full of shit. So let's go through Billy's statements and break them down piece by piece.
On May 10th, 2022, Mr. Jobs published a video about me that led my lawyers to send a concern notice to his lawyers. On May 22nd, 2022, Mr. Jobs and I were scheduled for mandatory mediation in the already existing lawsuit. One and only lawsuit. Before the mediation, my lawyers emailed his lawyers a copy of a legal complaint related to the concerns notice, and my lawyers said that I would proceed with the complaint unless the current lawsuit resolved at the mediation.
This is truly amazing. Billy is admitting that his lawyer sent me a second complaint for a new lawsuit and is admitting that his lawyer advised my lawyers that it would be filed if the existing lawsuit did not resolve, which obviously it did not. So far, this is true. But what's astonishing is that for the past 2 years, Billy has been saying that the second complaint never existed at all and I was lying about the entire thing. In July 2023, in a public rant, Billy said that I was lying about the second complaint and that there was only ever one complaint.
But then, you go on there and you say he's suing me again. He puts up nothing, no proof, anything that he's being sued again.
Magma's silly? Yes,
Nothing.
he is.
There is one complaint in there.
Silly box, yes.
And that's the original complaint.
Now he finally admits there was indeed a second complaint that was sent to us, and we were advised that it would be filed if the first lawsuit didn't resolve. I am very happy that Billy is finally willing to admit this.
The current lawsuit did not resolve, but I chose not to begin a second lawsuit, even though my lawyers felt that the second claim was meritorious. No further developments occurred after May 22nd relating to that concerns notice and the complaint emailed to Mr. Jobs' lawyer. The complaint was not filed. The complaint was not served. My lawyers did not email Mr. Jobs' lawyers after the mediation to request that he accepted service of a second lawsuit. It was complete silence.
This is also true. After Billy's lawyer advised us he had instructions to file the second lawsuit, we didn't hear anything.
Like he's like, oh, Billy lied about the lawsuit. And then he says, oh, this is true. This is true. This is true. Now, it does have a point. It does have a point. Thankfully, eventually. But holy fuck, does it take a while.
further. Billy apparently changed his mind at some point, though he didn't tell me or my legal team. Billy had his lawyer send us a second complaint and instructed his lawyer to tell us that he had instructions to file the second complaint and begin a second lawsuit, and then changed his mind but didn't tell us. That is effectively what Billy is saying.
And as I showed earlier, at this time, May 22nd, 2022, the funds that Mr. Notch gave to Mr. Jobs ran dry.
This is also true. Notch stopped funding my legal fees in early 2022.
In July of 2022, Mr. Jobs submitted an application to the court of what effectively amounted as a Hail Mary attempt to dismiss the lawsuit. That didn't pan out for him.
This is such a ridiculous lie that I'm shocked even Billy Mitchell would say something this stupid. But I guess all of these years later he can still impress me. Billy shows a document on screen and claims that I submitted an application attempting to dismiss the lawsuit. What he's showing on screen is an order from the judge. Let's take that same document and scroll it down slightly to see what it says. It says the plaintiff, aka Billy, will further provide security for the defendant's costs of the proceeding in the amount of $15,000. So what is Billy going on about? This has nothing to do with dismissing the case. In July 2022, we submitted an application to require Billy to put down more money as security in the event he loses the lawsuit. Billy is not an Australian citizen, and as such, recovery of any money would be more difficult. So we made the court require him to put up extra money as bond because he refused. And the judge agreed with us and forced him to pay an extra $15,000. What does this have to do with dismissing the lawsuit? It has nothing to do with dismissing the lawsuit. Billy just puts this random order on screen, cuts off the
To be fair, Billy is not a lawyer, so maybe he didn't know what he was putting up. Maybe he did. I have no idea.
bottom right where it shows what the order is about, and claims I made an application to dismiss the lawsuit. It's just a huge lie.
By the time Mr. Jobs had lost his financial backing from Notch, Notch's money was exhausted, he had failed to dismiss the case, he needed money, and he needed money now. But he knew his viewers may not open wallets if he was transparent about the true subject of the lawsuit. Here's what he does. On November 4th, 2022, he reaches back 6 months to May of 2022, pulls out an old legal correspondent that never received follow-up, and he creates a GoFundMe campaign on the premise that he urgently needs financial support for a potential second lawsuit. Carl, I do not accept the fact that you generally woke up 6 months after the last correspondence and also after your financial support ran out from Notch, and you suddenly felt the need to crowdfund for a potential second lawsuit. You obviously knew the second lawsuit was not coming.
According to Billy, if you do not file a lawsuit within 6 months, it means you aren't going to file it ever. But let's take a look at Billy's history of lawsuits and when he does actually file them. In Florida, the statute of limitations is 2 years for filing a defamation lawsuit. Apollo Legend made his video in February 2018. Billy Mitchell sued him exactly 2 years later in February 2020. Jeremy Young exposed Billy's cheating by using MAME in February of 2018, and Billy sued him alongside Jeff Harris and Donkey Kong Forum exactly 2 years later in February 2020. Twin Galaxies banned Billy in April of 2018, and Billy sued them in Florida exactly 2 years later in April 2020. In California, the statute of limitations is only 1 year. So in California, Billy sued Twin Galaxies exactly 1 year later in April of 2019. In almost every single defamation lawsuit Billy has ever filed, it was right before the statute of limitations expired. In fact, the fastest lawsuit Billy ever filed was his original lawsuit against me. But even then, that was 4 months later, not immediately. The statute of limitations in my state is 1 year, and he has that entire year to file. This notion that if you don't file something immediately, it means you aren't going to file it at all is just fucking stupid. But here is where you can tell Billy.
Yeah, what he's saying is it was 6 months since. But what he's basically saying is he put up the crowdfunding 6 months later because he was not sure if the lawsuit was actually going to be filed. My question is whether or not the concerns notices, which is the intent to file in Australia, if they were sent, if something similar was sent like earlier, because it does sound kind of off how the sequence of events has been working. But again, it's a different country. So, but I kind of see the line of thinking he's saying.
Billy is truly evil. Billy just sits there and nonchalantly describes how he had his lawyer create a second complaint and then sent that to my lawyers and told us he would be suing us again as if it's no big deal. I mean, it's just a little second lawsuit. What's the big fuss about? I promise you, you cannot appreciate how stressful a lawsuit is until you are sued. I could try to convey it in words what it's like, but it would never do it justice. It's one of the worst things you could ever go through, and it lasts for years and costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Just ask anyone who's ever been sued. Now, what you really couldn't imagine is going through an existing lawsuit and then being told you're going to be sued again. And this wasn't just an idle threat. This was Billy's lawyer sending us the physical complaint and saying that he had instructions to file it. It was literally the most
Hey, for 100
thing
likes,
I've
chat.
ever experienced in my entire life. Billy sits there and doesn't even realize that by him explaining that he sent a second lawsuit and told us that it would be filed and then changed his mind at some point and decided not to tell me and my family is one of the most disgusting and pure evil things he has ever done. It was an outright abuse of the legal system, and it was done just to cause as much psychological damage as possible. Well, congratulations, it worked. I could not handle the ongoing stress of the impending second lawsuit, so I asked the public for help. I didn't ask immediately because I don't like asking for money, and I never wanted to. But the reality is that if Billy filed the second lawsuit, we would have been financially destroyed. There was no way we could afford.
I'd say he's already
lawsuits.
financially
And the constant
destroyed.
stress of having to deal with multiple lawsuits hanging above not just my head, but my wife's head as well, was too much, and I eventually created a GoFundMe to alleviate the stress.
You obviously knew the second lawsuit was not coming. Or at the very least, you were unsure if it ever was. You created a GoFundMe campaign with the knowledge and intent
Financially buck
to fund
broken?
the existing
Yes.
lawsuit on false premises. Period. End of paragraph.
Billy asserts he doesn't believe I ever thought it was ever coming. Well, apparently he was pretty convincing, because it wasn't just me who thought that, it was my lawyers as well. Now, do me a favor, and quickly read this Discord exchange. Do you think I'm telling the truth here?
Amadeus.
A lawyer will always tell you to say nothing. Who wants to live by that principle?
Definitely not Carl, that's for sure.
Or joking? What about now? Do you think I'm being serious or joking around? If you can't tell and you see me say something dumb on Discord, assume I'm joking, because
Okay, this is a very weak point, and I don't know why it's in the video.
usually I am. There is a big difference between talking shit on Discord with friends and the real world. I always say stupid things on Discord. It's my way of having fun. But people, whether it be bad faith or not, always take it seriously. Is everything you say always 100% serious? Have you ever made a joke? Have you ever used sarcasm? Have you ever been facetious? Imagine if you weren't allowed to joke around and everything you ever said
Never
was always taken literally. That's basically what people have been doing to me for the past several months, and honestly, for years. But what Billy and the public doesn't know is that before I launched the GoFundMe and before I released that video, I did send the script to my lawyers to make sure it was all correct and above board. This is the email I sent them on the 27th of October 2022. They replied the next day on the 28th, advising me they had highlighted the words they were concerned with. My lawyers weren't as deluded as me, so as you can see, they had problems with me calling Billy's lawsuits frivolous or saying that he had no case. And they also didn't like me insulting Billy either. But when it came to describing the second lawsuit or my GoFundMe, they had no issues whatsoever, because everything I said was true. And Billy now admits it. He did send me a second complaint, he did say he was going to file it, and I really don't give a fuck what decisions he and his lawyer made after that point, because they never told us. After I released the GoFundMe, Billy's lawyer sent us a letter attaching photos of the GoFundMe and asking why I was crowdfunding upon the basis that Billy had instituted a second defamation claim against me. My lawyers responded to this letter, saying, "With respect, your correspondence clearly misunderstands the basis of our client's recent publication and misstates the words used by him. Our client does not say a second defamation proceeding has been commenced, rather that proceedings were sent to him. This is a factual statement having regard to your correspondence of 10th of May 2022. At no point in time has your client withdrawn the threat of commencing the proceedings foreshadowed in your correspondence of 10th of May 2022. Now consider this. Billy knows I just made a video saying that he said he was going to sue me.
Now, this could be very easily solved if he just called Billy's lawyers and said, "Are you actually going to sue us? Because if so, we're going to make a GoFundMe. I don't have any money." He could have easily just done that. Surprised he didn't.
That's too simple, though.
I didn't think about it at first, but then I was like, wait a minute, why didn't he just call Billy's lawyers and just say, "Can you please not sue me?" Like that, or for the second time. Like that's the thing that bothered me, is like, why not? Why can't you do this?
me for a second time, and I was raising money on that basis. My lawyers have even confirmed to his lawyer that what I said was factual and that it was their actions that are causing this. And according to Billy's latest video, by this point in time, Billy had already changed his mind and instructed his lawyer not to proceed. You would think that Billy's lawyer might respond to this letter and to let us know that we were incorrect if he really wasn't going to sue us. But no, Billy's lawyer did not respond at all. You would think if Billy had changed his mind and wasn't really going to sue me again, that he might want to let the public know that this was not true. I mean, according to Billy, I was lying and scamming the public. But no, not a single word. All Billy's lawyer had to do was spend 2 minutes drafting a response saying, yes, I know we sent you a second complaint and said we were going to sue you, but my client has now changed his mind. That's all he needed to say. But no, despite this massive fraud that was apparently being perpetrated by me, they couldn't be bothered correcting us or letting anyone from the public know. You see, if Billy's lawyer had responded letting us know that Billy wasn't going to sue us, then I would need to inform the public. If they let me know the second lawsuit was never going to happen and I didn't tell my donors, that might be considered unethical. At least at that
maybe
point,
fraud.
I could have offered refunds. I mean, just the relief of knowing the second lawsuit was no longer coming would have caused me to just cancel the GoFundMe completely. I might have done another GoFundMe at a later stage, but the basis for that crowdfunding would obviously...
What?
I can't trust him on his word alone. I need some form of evidence, but I don't think he can provide it at this moment.
Who, Carl?
Yeah.
That he was going to get sued again?
Yeah.
I mean, technically he is showing video on the screen, correspondence between him and his lawyer.
Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff that he's not providing, and I'm just like, I'm going to wait and see.
What would you want to see in order to believe it?
Oh, like legal documentation.
Fair.
Obviously be different. Instead, because Billy couldn't be bothered telling me or anyone else on the planet that he wasn't going to sue me, we had to wait another 6 months until the statute of limitations expired to know that he wasn't going to sue. And of course, by that stage, I had already withdrawn the money from the GoFundMe and started using it to cover legal fees, which is exactly what I said I would use the money for in my video. Maybe if I was the only variable in this whole mess, I could battle my way through it alone, but unfortunately, this affects my entire family too, and psychologically and financially, some help would really benefit not only me, but them as well. So I have set up a GoFundMe to help with my fight against Billy Mitchell, and any help would be immensely appreciated. This GoFundMe is set to cover the rest of my existing lawsuit, plus the new lawsuit that Billy Mitchell says he will be filing, plus having to deal with all of the other bullshit threats that come my way. Billy didn't correct me or advise me he had changed his mind because he wanted me to believe that he was going to sue me. Billy uses the legal system as a weapon. He wanted to inflict as much stress as possible, and unfortunately this strategy works. And then guess what Billy does as soon as the statute of limitations expires? He makes a speech at a convention denying the second complaint ever existed. And his proof the second complaint never existed is that if you search for it in the court filings, you won't find it.
But then, you go on there, and you say he's suing me again. He puts up nothing, no proof, anything that he's being sued again. Nothing. There is one complaint in there, and that's the original complaint. So when the attorney sends his attorney a letter and says, your client is fraudulently claiming that we filed a second and third lawsuit against him.
Word burning money? Yes.
That is not right.
This is why I don't donate to people's GoFundMes.
Concern. Okay? He starts a GoFundMe because the bad boy is suing him again. He needs money. And you are so silly, you hear what he says, and you donate money without any knowledge or any background. And the GoFundMe is at $150,000. $30,000 for the video. You give him $180,000 based upon a lie.
Obviously, you won't find it in the court filings because Billy never filed it. This was always known. And he claims that I said he filed a second and third lawsuit against him, which of course I never did. In my video, I said that Billy said he was planning to file it against me. This GoFundMe is set to cover the rest of my existing lawsuit, plus the new lawsuit that Billy Mitchell says he will be filing. Shortly after I created the GoFundMe, Charlie made a video talking about Billy's new threats, and he described the situation perfectly.
This is one of the most baffling reasons for a lawsuit I think I've probably ever heard in general. Now, as I understand it, the second lawsuit hasn't been fully filed yet. Right now it is still in the letter of intent stage, where they are intending to sue Carl and have sent him the documents to indicate such, but it looks like it is going to be sent in the coming days. In response to this, Carl made another video going over just how silly it all is, but also how expensive everything is, and he set up a GoFundMe because he's right now getting dual hand jobs here from Billy Mitchell with a double lawsuit coming in.
Wow.
So he does have a GoFundMe, which I'm going to link below. Please feel free to support him if you'd like to help Carl against an absolutely ruthless villain here.
He clearly says the second lawsuit isn't filed yet, just that they were intending to, and he promotes my GoFundMe on that basis. This video received almost 7 million views, and there was never an issue. From my perspective, I thought everything was quite clear. I sent the script to my lawyers, made sure everything was fine, they said it was fine, we responded to Billy's lawyer immediately explaining why the GoFundMe was made, after which they never responded or informed us the information was incorrect, Billy never made a public statement saying that what I was saying was wrong, and when Charlie made his video, which received 7 times more views than my video, he explained what was happening exactly as it was, and there was no uproar or backlash or any issue with money being raised on that basis. This only seems to be a problem now, 3 years later, after I lost the lawsuit and there is a giant smear campaign going on against me.
Here's the problem. Mr. Jobs testified under oath at trial, quote, "I don't believe anything Billy Mitchell says," end of quote. So apparently the only time Mr. Jobs ever believes me is after 6 months pass without follow-up, and he stands to gain $200,000 from his audience.
Yes, I don't believe anything Billy says. And neither should you. Sending me a physical complaint is not saying something, it's doing something. I could hold the document in my hand and read it. I knew that it existed. When Billy's lawyer tells my lawyers that he had instructions to file the complaint, that is not Billy saying something. That is a lawyer telling another lawyer that they have instructions to do something. I believe that Billy's lawyer was not lying here. In fact, I don't even understand the point Billy is trying to make here. I mean, this is a big deal. My law firm received a complaint and were told it was going to be filed. They took it extremely seriously, as did I. This isn't a game. And Billy's response to me and my team taking his lawyer at his word is, "Yeah, but you said you don't believe anything I say." It's the type of argument a literal child would make. That is the incredible level of intellectual honesty we are dealing with when it comes to Billy.
So apparently the only time Mr. Jobs ever believes me is after 6 months pass without follow-up, and he stands to gain $200,000 from his audience.
What does Billy mean when he says I gained $200,000? Is he trying to imply that I took the money and went down to my local Gucci store or something? There is a reason Billy spent $686,000 in legal fees. It's because I also spent $686,000 in legal fees. I took all of that money and I used it to put up a damn good fight. To be completely transparent, the total amount of funds that Notch provided me was $300,000. And what I am
That's a lot of
deeply
money.
appreciative of and will never ever forget is that even after I lost, Notch was still very supportive. I mean, after Billy, Notch spent the most money out of anyone. It is because of Notch and because of the GoFundMe donors that I was able to stand up to Billy like I did. I didn't do things cheaply. I did as much as I could. I spent $150,000 of my own money as well on top of the money I received. This was not a profit-making exercise, but I can assure you that money didn't go to waste. If you are unhappy you donated to the GoFundMe because I lost, or because you feel as though that money ultimately ended up in Billy's hands because he won, then understand that that is completely untrue. It is because of the people that donated to my GoFundMe and supported my defense that Billy lost $500,000 despite winning. Without the support I received, I wouldn't have been able to defend myself, and Billy would have just steamrolled right.
Gemma says, Magma needs to see ABC News cover it to believe it. Damn.
Over me, hardly spending anything on legal fees himself, and then he would have just moved on to the next person because he would have learned nothing. Because of the public support I received, despite winning, Billy still got destroyed, and I would be very surprised if Billy ever sued anyone ever again.
Oh, he will.
Based upon Mr. Jobs' I lost video, it appears that he plans to dispute the factual findings of the judgment.
I was considering doing a full video covering all of the lies Billy said in court, but since then I had changed my mind.
Remember that despite all these allegations that he hurls with inflammatory languages, it is ultimately him who the court found to not be a credible witness. Let's review an example of this in his I lost video. He says this.
I will say one thing though. The judge found Billy Mitchell to be a credible witness, and essentially accepted his full oral testimony as fact, despite our many attempts to show that Billy is a liar. For example, we have Billy on video in 2023 during his Twin Galaxies deposition saying that the effect I've had on him is minimal.
Did the actions that Carl Jobson, David Race, and Jeremy Young and Jeff Harris take also cause you emotional distress?
That is minimal compared to this. At that moment in my deposition, I was discussing the allegations related to video games, not Apollo Legend.
This is entirely false. You see, in my video, I shortened the clip for brevity's sake, but let's listen to what was said immediately beforehand.
Are there any alternative stressors that you've had in your life that are affecting you now?
Just this? And what is the result of this?
Oh, and the other lawsuits, though, right?
Oh, you mean like things that resulted from this, like Carl Jobs and David Race? Yes, very much.
They're also causing you emotional distress?
Well, they're not making me happy.
No, I'm asking though, did the actions that Carl Jobs and David Race and Jeremy Young and Jeff Harris take also cause you emotional distress?
That is minimal compared to this.
Why?
Because this is where it all began.
As you can see, they were discussing lawsuits, not video games, lawsuits. Billy likes to lie and say whatever will help him in any particular context, even if it will hurt him in a different context. In his deposition, the lawyer asked, "Is there any other stresses that are affecting you now?" Billy says no, because in the Twin Galaxies lawsuit, he wants to make it seem like Twin Galaxies was doing all of the damage.
Are there any alternative stressors that you've had in your life that are affecting you now?
Just this? And what is the result of this?
But then the lawyer reminds him of the other lawsuits, and explicitly says lawsuits, to which Billy replies Carl Jobs and David Race.
Just this? And what is the result of this?
Oh, and the other lawsuits, though, right?
Oh, you mean like things that resulted from this, like Carl Jobs and David Race?
Now, both of these lawsuits have nothing to do with video games, as admitted by Billy Mitchell himself. And Billy even shows a clip of himself saying my lawsuit has nothing to do with video games.
What about Carl Jobs? Why are you suing him?
Carl Jobs has nothing to do with video games. He's being sued because he's blaming the death of an individual, Apollo Legend, on me.
You're suing him for defamation for making that claim?
Has nothing to do with video games.
And the same applies to David Race.
Why are you suing Mr. Race?
I'm suing him because he illegally recorded 27 phone calls between he and I.
The line of questioning was never about video game scores. It was about lawsuits. But Billy lies about what the line of questioning was about because he doesn't show the full context.
Despite hearing my explanation, my deposition testimony at the trial, and despite reading the judgment's reasoning for accepting my testimony on this issue, he just omits everything and presents his position as fact.
It would take about 10 hours to cover all of the lies Billy spouted during our trial. I might do a full video in the future, but I'm really not sure how many people want to hear my side of the story at this point, so I don't know if I ever will. But let me give you a few quick examples.
He's thinking about, I'm glad he said, I'm not sure if you guys actually want to, but I could do this. I hope he doesn't. I really don't think he should. Bad idea.
Seeing as though Billy decided to bring it up. Let's talk about appearances. In my trial, Billy claimed that the Twin Galaxies announcement, the one he sued them for over $1 million, made him lose 1 appearance.
Now, after Twin Galaxies made that announcement, was there any impact on the number of appearances you were receiving, or invitations to do appearances?
The announcement hurt me for a short time. There was, off the top of my head, I can think of one place that called and canceled.
Mm-hmm.
There were a couple that just stopped communicating. But as far as the number of appearances that I got, no.
A single appearance. And in that lawsuit, he claimed he lost all of these appearances. He even specifically claimed in my trial that the Midwest Gaming Expo and the Southern Fried Gaming Expo kept their agreements they had in place.
Some places, immediately after that Midwest Classic Gaming Expo and the Southern Fried Gaming Expo, they kept their agreements that they had in place with me.
Okay.
But in the lawsuit against Twin Galaxies, he specifically claimed that he lost those appearances. The point is that he was trying to downplay the damage that Twin Galaxies did in order to claim that his reputation was fantastic at the time that I made my video. And it was entirely my fault that he could no longer get appearances. In my trial, he said that up until my video, he was doing 15 to 20 appearances per year. But after my video, he was only able to do 1.
And so after the Guinness publication, do you recall how many events you would be doing each year at that time?
Yes, during that time, like I said before, if I did 20 events, 15 were paid events. So, 15 to 20.
Mm-hmm. And that was at the end of, so the end of, say, from 2020 through to mid-2021. Is that the period you're talking about?
Correct.
So clear, when you were talking 15 to 20 then, when are you talking that was occurring?
That was occurring up until May of 2021.
Right, and so come back after May 2021, How many paid appearances have you made at these conventions or expos?
Like I said, I think I've had the opportunity at less than a half a dozen. I think, am I really going to say one? I mean, I got one that comes to mind. It was a paid appearance.
But the reality is that Billy made 0 appearances in the 12 months before my video. His last appearance before my video was January 2020, and he had not done a single appearance since then. His first appearance since January 2020 was an appearance at the Music City Multicon in October 2021. Listen to this news report from that same event.
Man dubbed the video game player of the century was in Lebanon this weekend. At Music City Multicon, Billy Mitchell set out to beat every level of Pac-Man and also...
So now he's saying that he could not have financially harmed Billy Mitchell because of the amount of conventions that Billy Mitchell ended up going to at some point. Saying that it's inconsequential what happened.
walk away with a perfect score. News Channel 5's Hannah McDonald was there for Mitchell's first appearance since the pandemic started.
It literally says his first appearance since the pandemic began, which of course is true. And Billy provided no actual evidence that he was doing 15 to 20 appearances per year in my trial. He just said it. And despite no physical evidence, the judge fully believed him and fully accepted his oral testimony as truth, even though it was a complete lie. And what's saddening to me is that I told my barrister to show this news clip which proves Billy was lying, but he refused to do so. Another example, and of course...
So he told his lawyer, I have this information, and his lawyer told him, shut up, I'm going to do this. Remember, he said he trusted his lawyers deeply. And this is not the first time he's going to bring this up.
Of course, this isn't an exhaustive list, is John Weeks. Billy showed this email in court, which is apparently from John Weeks apologizing for not being able to host Billy at his pinball auction due to my video. And he testified that he lost this gig because of me.
Did you receive any contact from people that had already engaged you to appear at events or conferences or expos?
Mr. John Weeks.
Now, who's Mr. Weeks?
John Weeks is the owner of the Museum of Pinball in Southern California, city of Banning. He had the world's largest collection of pinball machines, and he had arcade games, and he had, for a considerable time, planned on liquidating. And he said he wanted me to host the auction for all of that. It was over 1,700 machines, and it was valued at $7 million.
That's a lot of machines.
And we wrestled back and forth, and we agreed on $50,000.
Okay, so that was an agreement you had in place when these videos were published in May and June of 2021?
Correct.
Okay, did Mr. Weeks contact you after?
He contacted me in July.
Right, and what did he say to you in July?
In July, he told me that as a business decision, he felt he needed to cancel our agreement, and he specifically mentioned, or the specific reason was because of the negativity surrounding me because of the Carl Jobs allegations. I think that's an exact quote of what he said.
Did Mr. Weeks write to you subsequently at all?
Afterwards. I mean, I pleaded with him otherwise. You know, I tried to do what I could do, and I tried to call him back again, but eventually he sent me an email.
However, in the Twin Galaxies deposition, he said that John Weeks cancelled because of Twin Galaxies.
Who else told you that they're canceling your appearance because of the accusations against you?
John Weeks in California.
John Weeks?
Yeah.
Where? What's that for?
Museum of Pinball.
And apparently the fee was going to be $50,000, which is ridiculous and not indicative of what Billy normally receives, as per his Twin Galaxies filings. But it gets even more stupid, because Billy did attend the auction. There is even a news article that shows he was there. Here's a nice picture of Billy promoting it, saying, influential video game legend Billy Mitchell was on hand during the auction.
Do we know if he
at the
cheated or
Museum
not?
of
I don't
Pinball
know.
in Banning, September 24, 2021. The email is dated 28th of September 2021. So apparently, even though Billy was at the event and was helping to promote it publicly alongside John Weeks, Mr. Weeks felt the need to email Billy 4 days later, apologizing for not being able to host him at the event. And of course, the judge accepted that this email was sufficient evidence to confirm that my video had damaged Billy's reputation, even though it's obviously a fake email because Billy was literally photographed at the event helping to host it. I told my barrister to press Billy on this and show him the article, and he again refused. There was tons of evidence I told them to present, which they didn't. There were tons of questions I told them to ask, which they didn't. They did things the way they wanted to do it, and my opinion wasn't very relevant. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if this was because of rules of evidence or some legitimate reason, but the fact remains, there were tons of questions and evidence that I wanted to present that I had no control over.
My lawyer didn't let me speak, chat. I couldn't tell them how wrong he was.
You at any time could have said, I don't need a lawyer anymore. I'm going pro se. I might be wrong. I don't know Australian law.
Oh.
And were never shown. In his deposition, Billy also confirmed that his business was doing much better since 2020.
Well, your business is doing great now, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Are there still lingering effects from the defamatory statements?
There is. It's doing much better since 2020, but it's not better.
How old are your kids?
In his trial against me...
Huh?
No, I just read the comment. My lawyer called me stupid.
Oh, you changed your Fugi.
Yeah, I did.
He said my video completely ruined his business, but my video was in 2021, so how is this even logically possible? In his 2023 deposition for Twin Galaxies, Billy said there was still lingering effects from the defamation they caused.
Are there still lingering effects from the defamatory statements?
There is.
In his trial against me, he said everything was cleared up by 2021 before my video.
And by 2021, there was no effect anywhere for me from Twin Galaxies. None. Everything had been corrected in my mind.
Are there still lingering effects from the defamatory statements?
There is.
In his Twin Galaxies deposition, Billy said that his stress was primarily caused by Twin Galaxies.
There's a tremendous amount of emotional distress. Okay? But it started, begins, ends, and is primarily Twin Galaxies.
In fact, in his Twin Galaxies court documents, he even attributed an atrial fibrillation and hernia because of the stress caused by Twin Galaxies. But in my trial, he said his stress and atrial fibrillation was caused by me.
You attributed the atrial fibrillation on the stress caused by Twin Galaxies litigation.
Okay, it's caused by stress.
I'm asking you whether you attributed that stress.
I don't know. I don't think the Twin Galaxies stress is nothing compared to this.
Sorry, the Twin Galaxies stress, I want to get this right, the Twin Galaxies stress...
Does not compare to this.
No, you said is nothing compared to this.
It doesn't compare to this.
Okay. Okay.
Atrial fibrillation is caused by stress. Okay, was there some stress there? Yes. Was there far more here? Yes. When did I actually have to have the surgery? In late 2021. There's a tremendous amount of emotional distress. Okay, but it started, begins, ends, and is primarily Twin Galaxies.
As I said before, I could go on for hours and hours about the lies that Billy spewed on the stand, which the judge just lapped up like a thirsty dog. Billy here.
Calling the judge an idiot. Need to clock out. All right, have a good night.
Yeah, that'll go well for your second lawsuit.
What about?
If he continues to say things about the judge, I actually do hope he gets the same judge as the first time.
It'll be interesting if he does actually get sued. Oh goodness, chat. We got about 40 minutes left, chat.
Yeah.
If he wants me to do a full breakdown of all of the perjury he committed on the stand, he can keep on lying and making videos about it, and I will. If he wants to let it go, so will I.
Oh, now he will.
I'm very happy to move on, make unrelated content, and we can both cut
My
out
lawyer
losses.
called me a
And just so
retard.
no one takes me the wrong way, just because Billy lied a lot, which he always does, and this will never change, that doesn't mean that I was in the right either. I can say something that is defamatory, and Billy can be a lying con artist. Both can be true at the same time, and in this instance, both were true at the same time. Billy continues to spout nonsense in his video.
When I settled my lawsuit with Twin Galaxies in January 2024, Twin Galaxies and Mr. Jobs jointly circulated a claim that I remained banned from Twin Galaxies competition. That is a lie. Here is the relevant clause to the settlement agreement with Twin Galaxies. Twin Galaxies will work to include any future score submissions by Mitchell to Twin Galaxies leaderboard, with such submissions having to go through the normal Twin Galaxies adjudication process. So what Twin Galaxies and Mr. Jobs claimed was that even though Twin Galaxies said it would permit future score submissions from me, I remain banned from the Twin Galaxies competition. That just doesn't make any sense.
What does he mean by jointly? I emailed the owner of Twin Galaxies, Jace Hall, asking if Billy was banned. He said yes. Jace even made a public comment himself,
Not to be confused with Jason Thorhall,
saying that Billy was still banned. I don't know what is inside the settlement agreement, but I'm going to believe the owner of Twin Galaxies when he says Billy is banned, not Billy Mitchell, who has already proven in this video that he will put a random document on screen and lie about what it's about. This out-of-context screenshot could be anything, but even on its face it makes no sense. If Billy isn't banned, why would Twin Galaxies need to work to include anything? If you aren't banned on Twin Galaxies, you can simply make an account and submit a score. Twin Galaxies doesn't need to do anything. If anything, this implies he is still banned in some way, and it's because he is banned that Twin Galaxies would need to do some work in order to get his score submitted.
Carl makes a claim that I'm a proven cheater, and that I've seen commentary from around the internet for years now where people claim that there's no doubt. It's obvious. It's been proved. Well, I ask you to consider this. Twin Galaxies had the opportunity to prove in court that I cheated. It couldn't. Carl Jobs, who was told by a billionaire, Notch, that he'd pay for the best legal representation possible, did not even try to prove that I cheated. If it's obvious, that's certain, so easily provable, why does the claim suddenly fall apart as soon as it's taken out of the court of public opinion and into the actual court of law?
What's good? It's good.
And where real evidence is given by real people
Whole doc was
who swear
nothing.
under oath to tell the truth.
I don't think the whole doc was nothing. It just was. It was so bad to read that I decided to rage quit. That's why. Maybe maybe we can attempt it again another day, but I legitimately like had a hard time going through it. Oh,
Twin
look at me.
Galaxy settled with Billy Mitchell because I assume Jay Saul isn't a moron who wanted to lose a ton of money running a trial where even if he won, there was no benefit. Twin Galaxies was the defendant. They never wanted the lawsuit to begin with. It was Billy pushing everything forward. Remember, Billy won against me and still lost $500,000. Going to trial will almost always result in both parties losing a ton of money. And besides, Billy claimed that my lawsuit had nothing to do with video games.
Carl Jobs has nothing to do with video games. He's being sued because he's blaming the death of an individual, Apollo legend, on me.
So for him to now assert that I had the opportunity to prove that he cheated in court is extremely stupid. The defendant can only argue the case that is presented against them. I can't just randomly insert whatever topic I want to argue
Yes,
in court.
it was that bad,
We talked about
Sly.
cheating in my lawsuit in regards to Billy's reputation, not the cheating itself. We had to show that his reputation was bad because he cheated. We didn't have to prove that he actually cheated. So what he is asserting here makes absolutely no sense.
And regardless, Twin Galaxies, what kind of defendant spends hundreds of thousands of dollars, even over $1 million according to his lawyer, litigating a case for 4 years to settle 3 months before trial? A defendant that expects to lose.
What kind of plaintiff spends 3 years and $500,000 suing someone over a statement that was immediately removed and retracted?
On May 5th, 2025.
Somebody that felt that you defamed them, I guess. That's hilarious.
At 3:02 a.m., Mr. Jobs wrote on Discord, "There are 2 videos that need to be made. One talking about the hot sauce company, one talking about how Billy needs to stand on things to make himself look taller in the photos. Carl, I'm 6'6". I don't need to do anything to look taller. I've taken thousands of photos of different types with fans since 1982. Some very serious, some nothing but fun. Meanwhile, you're 5'7". Cope harder. Try not to stretch.
Do I look 5'1" to you,
I must admit
bitch?
that Billy has me by the balls here. This one I got wrong. Ironically again, this Discord message was just a joke. I wasn't really going to make a video about how Billy stands on things to make himself look taller, but after Billy brought it up, I realized that if people did take my comment seriously, and people came away thinking that Billy stands on things to make himself look taller, then that would certainly be defamation. This is one of the worst things you could ever say about another man. And because I don't want to defame Billy anymore, I need to set the record straight. Billy does not stand on things to make himself look taller. For the record, I never said Billy was short. In fact, he's obviously very tall, and therefore he would not need to stand on anything to look taller. You can see from this picture, he is a few inches taller than his peers. So the notion that he would do this is really silly, and I am sorry that I spread false information. But there has been some fake news being spread online about Billy in this regard, which I feel like I need to address and clear up. Take for example this picture. It looks like Billy is standing on a paint can to look taller. While everyone else is happy to just stand on the ground like normal people, Billy felt the need to stand on a can of paint. But this photo has clearly been photoshopped. Here is the real photo. And as you can see, Billy doesn't need to stand on the paint can because he's already so tall. So while he does stand on the paint can, it's not because he needs to, as Billy is already a very tall man. Billy is way taller than me. Let me make that very clear. Billy is taller, and that makes him better. There is also a very misleading video going around that people are claiming shows Billy standing on a roll of duct tape to make himself look taller, and I need to dispel this awful rumor as well. During this group photo, there is a roll of duct tape that Billy locks eyes onto, and he decides to grab it. Now, Billy is a very tall man, so he doesn't need to stand on anything to look taller. It appears as though dropping the roll of duct tape made a loud noise and startled Billy, causing him to look away and act as if it wasn't him. But it's not because what he is doing is weird. Standing on a roll of duct tape in a group photo is very common in some cultures. As you can still see, Billy is a very tall man. In fact, it looks like he's the tallest person there. Everyone else on the stage, despite being shorter than Billy, is just happy to stand on the stage normally. So of course, Billy wouldn't need to stand on anything because he is already so tall.
I don't understand
this. Ready
this.
to take the photo, Billy makes sure the roll of tape is in the correct position and stands on it to take the photo. But this is not because he needs to look taller. It's actually because earlier on, Billy noticed that the structural integrity of the floor was compromised, and the duct tape ensured his weight was distributed evenly. Billy does not stand on things to make himself look taller. In this group photo, while everyone else is happy to stand on the stage normally, and even though Billy is the tallest person there, Billy stands on a toolbox so that he's a foot taller than everyone else. But this is not to look taller. I repeat, Billy, despite being much taller than the person in front of him, did not stand on a toolbox to make himself look taller. Honestly, Billy understates how tall he really is, because he is actually over 7 feet tall. Sometimes he's even 8 feet tall. But it's not because he stands on things to make himself look taller. Billy does not stand on things to make himself appear taller, even when standing next to short people either. Clearly there was no space here to do a proper group photo, so Billy was forced to stand on the curb. Billy Mitchell is a very tall man, and being tall makes you a better person. So Billy wouldn't need to stand on a paint can, or a roll of tape, or a toolbox to make himself taller. I sincerely apologize for spreading these disgusting false rumors.
Hello, Mayo.
He's got this video, and I know it's almost 3 hours of a live stream. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but the thumbnail caught my eye because it says, well, the title of it says, Carl Jobs threatens to report my channel.
Yeah, chat. This is Smash.
And in his Discord, and people, shout out to you guys last night telling me about this because I didn't know about it. Carl Jobs said, I will report him to YouTube. I will speak with my YouTube partner. And I'm like, bro, how many L's do you need to take? Like, yikes. You're not winning the community back if your response to losing a lawsuit and declaring bankruptcy is, now I'm going to start trying to report and take channels down that talk about me. Like,
he honestly looks like a supervillain.
Right? Right?
Wow, this seems really bad. I am going after small creators and trying to take their channels down, just for talking about me. I really must be evil. According to Reddit, I was threatening to report someone just for making videos about me, the same way that I do to other people. This is horrible. I have truly become the villain. Their evidence is a Discord message where I said I would report someone. This evidence is really damning. I mean, it doesn't explain why I was reporting someone or the details, but surely what people are saying is true. Surely I was just after blood. I wanted to report smaller channels because they talked about me, and I don't like that. This has to be true because someone said it was. But let's take a look at what really happened. My Discord message was in relation to the channel LUS. From the time of the verdict to when I posted this message, LUS had uploaded 52 videos about me. That is more than one video every single day. And it's true that all of his videos are critical of me. However, this isn't why I said I would report his channel. You can upload as many videos about me as you want. I don't really care.
Thank
All of
God.
those 52
Otherwise I'd be in
videos are
trouble.
full of lies. He just makes things up and spouts them as fact. For example, remember how I checked with my lawyers before posting my GoFundMe to make sure I was describing things correctly? Well, here is LUS spreading the lie that I never checked with my lawyers.
So if Carl had any question about this and how he should phrase the terminology, he can go straight to his very expensive lawyers that Knots was paying or some confusion about what was happening, and ask, hey, I'm confused. How many times have we actually been sued, and there's a docket number? The court, he's smart enough and he has the resources to understand that he was only really sued once, and the argument he's trying to make about lying and so on. So here, I think it is, Carl has only been about money. Carl will tell you this. You don't need to look at this. Carl has many, many quotes about me being about money.
Remember how I made a settlement offer to Billy early in the lawsuit? And in fact, I was the only person to try and settle. Here is LUS spreading the lie that I never tried to settle.
This has been my clear belief all along, and Billy Mitchell's response video alludes to it as well. Billy Mitchell has settled. Settlement is not a loss. Settlement is a win for both parties. Both parties should be encouraged to settle. Let me put it this way. Your lawyer should encourage you to settle. The opposing counsel's lawyer should be.
Does Carl have a
allowed
David
their
complex?
clients to
No
settle.
idea.
The judge tells them to settle. There are mediation that has to be done. That means the court system makes you try to settle. I do not know why Carl Jobs did not settle on this case.
Remember how I told Billy before going bankrupt that I would be going bankrupt, and I made an offer that would give him twice as much money as he otherwise would have gotten? An offer Billy declined? Here is LUS spreading the lie that I never attempted to make such an offer.
At the end of the day, in many of these situations, the difference between Billy Mitchell and Carl Jobs is that there's such animosity coming from Carl Jobs, there's such hatred coming from him, he just can never come to settlement. But in many of these other cases, it's a car dealership. They have probably at any given times 30, 40, 50 outstanding loans on leases that they are not collecting. And so it's not personal, it's just business. And that's the way it should be. Can we conclude a amount of money that is more than you would like to pay, Carl, but less than I would receive, less than I should have received otherwise? So both parties have to endure some pain. Carl does not want to take responsibility, and he does not want to endure any pain. So he thinks bankruptcy is the best option for him, which I will tell you it is not. At least in the US, it is not.
At the very beginning of the lawsuit, Notch was paying my lawyers directly, and this was being handled by Notch's assistant. After several months, his assistant indicated that she wanted to stop supporting, at which time I messaged Notch through Twitter, which was how I connected with him in the first place. I wanted to let him know what happened and to confirm if he really did want to stop paying. Though ultimately he didn't read my message, and it's been sitting on sent ever since. This meant that I had to find money elsewhere. Here is LUS spreading the lie that I never contacted Notch after he stopped supporting me, and that the GoFundMe shouldn't have been made because I
think it's funny that he just said Notch left me on read.
The GoFundMe thing is pretty bizarre because Notch paid 3 months, right? And his manager, so Notch says, hey, manager, I want you to pay for this guy's case. His manager pulls a plug, and according to Carl, he doesn't, Notch does not know the manager has pulled a plug, but Carl in 1 year is stressed out. He's going to do GoFundMes, right, for $200,000. He never actually recontacts Notch. Well, the first thing I would do is contact Notch and say, hey, man, I really appreciate all the help, and I appreciate
It is August,
you can't help
yes.
me anymore, but I appreciate the help that you've already given me. Do you have any spare time to talk? And then we get the Camelot interview where he announces that Notch is back in, and he didn't even know that Carl's legal bills were not being paid. So Carl at this time had raised an additional $200,000 from his own fans that I don't think had to be raised. I think you just raise your hand and say, hey, Notch, thanks for all the help. Please contact me if you ever feel like helping me again.
I could go on and on, but you get the idea. He just makes things up out of thin air and claims them as fact, and they are always conveniently designed to paint the worst possible picture of me. Even still, this is not the reason I said I would report his channel. There are tons of creators making videos that are full of lies about me, and I haven't said a word about them or done anything. This is part of being a successful YouTuber, especially one that just lost a lawsuit. You can lie about me all you want, and the worst thing that will happen is that I will make a video response. But then LUS wasn't satisfied just going after me. He started defaming my wife, calling her a criminal, saying that she will go to jail, inciting his viewers to attack her and report her to the government.
If this is
something to report,
that is bad, in my personal opinion.
Real. If he was sued, he lost, then he had his wife buy his equity in the home so he doesn't pay Billy Mitchell, and he's admitting so on Discord. We are crossing the line of criminal right now. Wang, who's Carl's wife, which I proved to you, born in China. I have all the information, right? I'm not going to reveal it. Your wife be going to jail too. Your wife is going to jail too. We need to send these to the bankruptcy court. We need to send this video to the bankruptcy court. I need to get in touch with the bankruptcy court.
This is an innocent person, mind you, who has done absolutely nothing wrong. This is why I said I would report him, after he started going after an innocent person simply because she is my wife. And because of LUS encouraging his audience to falsely report her, people did try to stop her from buying the house. They tried to stop an innocent mother from keeping the family home for herself and her son. At the time, the trustee and my wife were in negotiations for her to purchase the property. And because of LUS and his audience who reported her, negotiations were delayed as the trustee needed to investigate the report.
Yeah, so this guy, just to let you know, chat, don't do what this guy did. Just like Harmful Opinions did. Don't do this. This guy was extremely stupid because he stopped for at least a day, it sounds like, the woman from buying their house, which I imagine is kind of terrifying, to be honest with you.
Thankfully, LUS only managed to delay things for a day or two. The trustee looked into the reports, they read my Discord conversation, realized that all I was doing was accurately describing what would happen, and then they accepted the offer. But for a day or two, my wife was extremely stressed and upset. So congratulations, LUS, you made an innocent woman cry. I guess that means you've achieved something. This is why I said I would report his channel. And isn't it rich how LUS and his audience reporting me and my wife is seen as a good thing, but me reporting LUS is considered evil? They actively tried to prevent my wife and son from keeping their home. Their goal was to make them lose everything. And this is seen as noble. Their hate for me has clouded their moral judgment so much that disgusting acts like this are applauded. And any attempt from me to protect myself or my family makes me a villain. But you know what's beautiful about this situation? Just 13 minutes after saying I would report him, I took it back and said I wouldn't take any action. And just an hour later, I clarified again that I wasn't going to report his channel. For a grand total of 13 minutes, my threat of reporting him was legitimate. And honestly, I still think I have a pretty good reason to report his channel. But I didn't, and I won't, and I explained why. But I suppose the reality that I considered reporting LUS for 13 minutes, and then said that I wouldn't, after he posted daily videos about me for a month and a half full of defamatory lies, culminating in him falsely calling my wife and I criminals, and inciting his audience to falsely report us to the government in an attempt to stop my wife and son from keeping their home, isn't as fun or entertaining as Carl is taking down small YouTube channels because they talked about him. So that's the narrative these people run with. It's pretty telling how a simple comment like, "My wife will buy me out," can result in such vitriolic and immoral behavior. This is why it has been very difficult for me to separate legitimate criticism from bad faith actors. My wife buying my house was not only standard procedure and legal, but it was a positive thing for her and our son. Did LUS want my son to be homeless? Or did he just not consider the ramifications of his action?
I think he didn't consider his actions. I think that also when somebody hops on the train and the trend of doing something and it feels like it's successful, it's just going to happen. Yeah. And you got to be careful to not like let that trend cloud the truth, if that makes sense.
When trying to defend himself, LUS claimed that all he was doing was repeating what I said.
I mean, this is Carl's own fucking words, my dudes. Carl, if I read back your words to you and you are offended, do not say your words then. If what I'm reading back to you is so offensive, you have to shut down this channel. Right? What is wrong with you?
This is fascinating, because I don't remember saying that what I was doing was illegal. I don't recall calling myself a criminal, and I certainly don't recall reporting myself to the government. Nothing I ever said indicated that what I was doing was nefarious. This was entirely you, and yet you don't even see it. Or is it just that you're feigning ignorance? Even things that happened well before I was sued are treated as some kind of evil plot. For example, my wife is an extremely intelligent and educated woman with a degree in accounting. She is the person who created our company, and she does all of the bookkeeping and taxes. She essentially runs the business. She takes care of everything that isn't directly related to making content. That's why she is a director and the secretary of the company. But listen to how LUS describes it.
Carl thought he was being really smart, right, when he made his wife the director and the secretary. Okay? Carl thought he was being really smart, right? So let me show you this. Let me show you something. You have two jobs open. One of them is director, and one of them is secretary for the Carl Jobs Gaming Company. So Carl thought he was really smart, and he didn't put his name here.
Why are YouTube monkeys flinging turds at each other? I don't know. That's a good question. Don't know what you're doing watching YouTube monkeys fling poo at each other. But, you know, you do you.
According to LUS, my wife is just
a
woman,
dumb
bimbo slave without agency that I forced into those roles as a placeholder for some unexplained criminal reason. Mind you, the company was created well before I was even sued and had nothing to do with it. Not only is what LUS said disgustingly insulting to my wife, but it just makes no sense on any logical level. And for the record, I was a director too. However, you aren't allowed to be a director when you're bankrupt. This is a legal restriction. So on the same day that I went bankrupt, I had to resign as a director. This is even outlined in the trustees report. However, because LUS is so ignorant about everything...
I meant these two? Ah, fair enough. It is kind of interesting, though. Because, like, I think LUS was, like, looked at as, like, some big guy that actually knew more than what he was talking about. I don't know very much about the guy. But from listening to this, I definitely feel like Carl was kind of screwed over by this guy and how he chose to report things.
First I'm hearing about this guy.
Yeah, this is like a niche. He's a very tiny creator. Again, like very few people I feel like know about him. Personally, after this, I don't feel very much good faith like shilling him. But he's just like a guy that like reported on the Carl Jobs stuff and alleged quite a few things. And it seems like a bunch of people believed him. And I can't remember if it was because he's a lawyer or he claims to be a lawyer or whatever. So that's why.
Everything and fills in every single gap in his knowledge with Carl is evil, he claims that my wife being the sole director is just another scheme to avoid consequences. Given how LUS has falsely accused my wife of being a criminal and has labeled her as just a dumb slave, I'm curious to see if he has the balls and integrity to make an official retraction. Or perhaps he's just another fucking hypocrite.
The director is Wong. That is his wife. Again, I'm not going to touch his wife. I'm not going to talk about his wife in this because it would be unfair to Carl's wife. Not because it would be unfair to Carl, but because it would be unfair to his wife. Okay?
And then he does.
I do know the wife's background. She has a LinkedIn. Wong, who's Carl's wife, which I proved to you, born in China. I have all the information, right? I'm not going to reveal it. I'm not going to disclose very much about Carl's wife because I want to keep Carl's wife out of this. Carl Jobs is married to his wife, blank blank Wong. They are joint tenants. And again, this is the Wong, right? This is the right Wong. This is his wife who didn't take...
This is Wong. This is right.
Whatever, right? She does have an American name. So she does have an official American name, which I didn't present to you. Forget Carl's. Hypothetically, if you involve your wife into moving assets, buying assets, whatever it is, and it turns out to be illegal, your wife be going to jail too. Your wife is going to jail too. But here's what I'm saying, man. Why the fuck you bring your wife into this? I would never bring my significant other into this. Yeah, Carl's wife is still a Wong. W-O-N-G. So Carl's wife is not a Job Sit. Yeah, she kept her Chinese last name. She has an American name. So she has...
I think this guy's Asian too. I can make so many stupid jokes right now, and I'm not going to.
Actually, an American name, which I'm not going to tell you guys. And anyone who says it, I'm just going to delete them, right? I'm just going to... Even if you're a big fan of mine, because it's not right to involve your family. But she has changed her name. Carl's wife did change her name from a Chinese first name to an American first name, but she didn't change her last name.
Don't worry, I'm here to make all the terrible jokes.
Oh no.
That's fine. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little tired right now.
Yeah, no, I can tell you're just slowly dying. All I was just simply going to say is, okay, so he says he's not going to mention the wife, but then starts mentioning...
the wife. Yep.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Okay, I just was wondering if anyone else fucking caught on to that, so I wanted to make sure it's like, so we're going to point out that he's mentioning the wife, even though he said he's not going to mention the wife.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a hypocrite.
Alright, good to know. Just wanted to say, hey, also the fact that she kept her Chinese last name, that means she thinks you're a bitch, Carl! You're a cock! You're a cock!
Yeah, Chinese people think very low of... Chinese nationals think very low of normal people, so it's kind of funny.
Yeah, so, and the fact that she wasn't willing to switch up or anything, that's 100% showing that he's bitch made status, he's green card toy, and that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, with how Carl looks, do you think he even claps cheeks? Like, Magma, be real with me, man to man. You think this man claps her cheeks?
I don't know, maybe. He does have a son.
Interesting. Well, I guess I gotta give him some W. Congratulations, you made an anchor baby!
I thought she...
Don't worry, she'll smother it in the crib when she no longer needs it.
Everything you want to kill, boob.
I was gonna say she could just make soup out of it.
It's not a dog, so I don't know about that.
Hope everyone enjoys me just dropping these fucking grenades. Knows I'm crashing the plane. No survivors, chat.
Alright, I want to continue this so I can finish it and take a small nap before tonight's stream.
Alright.
So careful, you don't want to get Carl going after Occo now.
Let's see who the office holders are. It's Wang. Again, this is Carl's wife. She's born in China. For some reason, I thought she was not Chinese, but from one Chinese person to another Chinese person. If you want someone to talk to,
Okay, so he is Chinese.
And we can talk.
My wife is not going to reach out to you, bro. She thinks you are a disgusting creep. This has been a very long video, but to quickly summarize, I was an idiot during the lawsuit. Despite winning, Billy lost $500,000. The money earned from this channel does not go to Billy. The GoFundMe was not a scam, and Billy is still a lying con man. Thank you to everyone who has continued to enjoy my videos. There is a ton of fun content on the way. Thank you to everyone who sent messages of support. Even if I haven't replied, I have still read and appreciate them all. Thank you for watching.
By the way, there's 20 minutes left.
You legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next
credits,
video.
come on.
Wait, what? It said it was 150. Oh. Wait, what? It is over.
Wolf's Pain discovered Mom
And
has
what's with?
milkers and
Is it
gave
just black
$5.
screen for the rest of it?
Hey, Bull.
No.
I made a joke at your expense
Click through?
earlier. I'm
Did
not
your
apologizing.
fucking save get corrupted or some shit?
No, it's not that. I think it's just because I played it at 1.25 speed that it like only did take an hour and 30 minutes, but it's an hour and a half or almost 2-hour video.
That'll do it.
Also, apparently Wolf Spain made a joke at my expense. What
Yes.
joke did he make, Occo? Should I break his legs?
I don't remember, but yes.
I don't remember.
Social credit deducted.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, chat. What do you think? You think that Carl fantastically felted Billy Mitchell, or do you think Carl is the felted one?
I think Carl might go play jump rope soon.
I hope not. He still owes Billy a lot of money for the next 3 years.
Well, you know, he can at least get the money from donating organs that were harvested legally to poor Indonesian people.
Oh dear. Anyway, chat, hope you enjoyed today's hump day. I'm tired. I'm extremely tired. Is some
leg.
Huh?
Someone lost a leg. Oh no, Kent lost a leg.
Let's see. Shiroi is streaming. Let me give you guys to her.
Yes, Shiroi.
And like I said,
Hey, chat. Hang on. Hey, chat. Before we go, once you get to Shiroi's chat, you gotta say, "Hey there, Squeaker," and say "from Bull."
sure somebody will say that. Like I said, chat, I will be playing Grounded later tonight in a couple hours. I need some rest first so I don't fall asleep again. Although that would be pretty funny. So anyway, thanks chat for being here today, and I will